right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, and everything else. We always usually say we don't have a lot of time. We need to get straight into this. This is afternoon of day one of the Taylor's Business trial. The court is coming back. We've got potentially criminal Sean here with us. How you doing, Sean?
What's up? No, having a good day. Having a good day so far. Good morning. Was all the trial well?
Review of other people's
This is it.
Yeah.
This judge does not fuck around. He starts on time and finishes it on time.
He must not like golf.
That
I can say that much.
Has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view.
In your view, what? In your view, what? Well, thanks, Long Crime. Thought it was me. Make me look stupid. First one that says Boomer gets banned, bitches. That was them, not me.
What I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys.
Let's turn the volume up.
Exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So
Law and Crime or whoever, I don't know if it's Court TV or Law and Crime that's handling the feed, but they're sucking hard this afternoon, apparently.
They found Taylor gnawing on the audio cables.
She's gnawing on the cables.
What did I miss? What's going on here? Why is the judge talking?
They're talking about one of the doctors testifying.
Yeah, doing a Daubert hearing or not, but
yeah, so,
Law and Crime or whoever it is says we don't need to.
Yeah, it sounds like because the doctor's not offering medical testimony or expert testimony. It's just I think they're using them. Taylor must have disclosed things to the doctor. It sounds like.
Yeah,
because just because you talk to a doctor, guys, that doesn't mean everything you tell them is protected with privilege.
Oh, especially if you're doing an evaluation for court purposes.
Yes.
For legal proceedings, it's not protected.
Yes. So for insanity evaluations, everything she told them, she's like, yeah, 100% did it. I'm crazy. Well, that's admissible.
Absolutely, it is.
Or just another one is like if you go to the hospital and you have stitches and you're like, oh, yeah, I killed this guy, by the way. That's not protected because you can only protect what's necessary for them to help you with your issues. Yep. So now if they asked you, how did you get this? And you tell them the whole story, that could probably get protected. But if you're just like, yeah, doc, it's like, ow, that hurts. But yeah, let me tell you about this hooker I stabbed. That's not going to get covered.
That's the way you said that. That's great. Hey, Sean. So I didn't hear about your great victory. And since we have a minute, why don't you tell me and everyone else?
Yeah. So I had a trial that was set to start today. We were fully prepared to start it this morning. It was a felony domestic violence and felony assault trial. They hadn't really made my guy a decent offer, so we were going to box it up and do it today. And the prosecutor comes walking in and, basically came to. Prepared. Well, I think when they actually had to get like super ready for it, because unlike them, they have like this is in Cleveland, so they have like almost 100 cases they have to manage at one time. So I understand they are not looking at things at the level I am, because I have to look at this stuff 100% the whole time. And I think they had to look at it, but also she was able to, they were able to speak to the supervisor about it, like over them. And I think it became clear this was not as easy as they thought it was going to be. They still had a really decent case. It was going to be, we were up against it, but they came in and said, like, how about a non-prison term felony? And
Nice.
you know, if my
Remind me
guy
to tell
didn't
you
accept
about
it, I would have
my,
hit him.
aggravated stalking case over the vid time period.
Oh,
They couldn't find a prosecutor,
oh,
and then
What?
eventually one showed up and was like, "Yeah, let's just like, will he just like plead to some low level misdemeanor with no jail, stay out of trouble for like 6 months?"
Mhm.
And we're like, "Sure." And then they tried to put the proofs on the record because my guy wouldn't plead guilty. It was no contest. And there's a bunch of weird underlying things that we were trying to get it quashed, the bind over quashed and everything, because it really was. And the judge is like, "Where's the aggravation? Where's the aggravated stalking here? There's nothing here." The judge didn't even want to take the plea.
Oh, did he? Well, I mean, he could dismiss it at that point if he wanted to.
We kind of forced the issue.
All right, looks like law and crime is going to stay intercourse.
That's awesome, though. Well, if it was during COVID, I mean, was he wearing a mask? You couldn't prove it was him.
It was a domestic component. It's kind of hard with
Oh,
the
yeah.
identification part.
As soon as law and crime unfucks themselves, we'll go over to law and crime because they have subtitles over there.
Wow, that is a very kind of like 90s style tie.
I
colors.
All right, it
I'm a
looks
huge
like
fan
they
of ties.
looks like
What's
they
that?
have gone back on law and crime here.
I'm a huge fan of ties.
I
feel
like ties too, but that tie looks like it's something his kids got him like 10, 15 years ago.
He's happy to wear it. His kids
Well.
are like, "You're going to be on TV, Dad. Wear the tie we gave you."
Yeah, he's like, all right.
All right,
He's
let's
needing
watch
to wear his like fish tie.
Right.
Gosh, that is a small courtroom.
It is.
Oh, John Gary wants me to tell you about the indecent exposure case. Maybe one day.
And then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
We have no idea. Apparently,
And
she's
you
a
talked
medical
about a
examiner.
forensic
We have no idea.
pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch.
Too bad Ozzy's not here for this one.
In leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And
What an
that's not
odd
currently
accent.
the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February of 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So
it sounds like she's
that
just one of the
morning,
crime scene
a call was
investigators.
placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner, the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time. Seeing that they would be coming up from Madison, we just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I had discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes, law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his.
Does anyone in Wisconsin have a neck? It's like literally, it's been like a head. They're all like Cardassians.
Regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
They don't really have strong
And
chins
after
either.
identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived, so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were
Definitely
working
not
very
a New Zealand
closely
accent.
with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with
It's more of a
this,
New York
case.
accent.
So we were moving around the scene kind of together, and the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we
All right, we've
made
got
the
about
decision
1,000 people in here,
to,
less than 500 likes.
use
Please, folks, do me a
smaller
favor and
body
hit that like
bags, so
button and
essentially
subscribe.
would be
Thank you very
infant
much.
and child
Love
body
you.
bags.
Guess I will too.
So we would have placed a body bag out for the bucket. It was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement, and there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag, and so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes,
got
we
blue
did
bags.
find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that might have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found
Lots of
multiple
knives.
knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement.
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos at the same time we were, and then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin, and so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
Yeah.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
King tote.
So the torso with the arms attached, they would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
What organs? I'm curious. I'm really legitimately curious.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No. There were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area. But there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and there seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Is it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected, and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
She's South African. That's where that accent is.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts
That's
that you
better.
were looking for that were
I heard
associated
Australian,
with the
but-
deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
I'm just
Blood diamond vibes going.
Did you know if parts were missing?
CIA Dunny.
What did you know was missing from the body?
No, I heard South African.
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding
It's
were
Nate the lawyer.
consistent with one.
What's up,
Hey,
Nate?
Nate. Yo.
And
Hey, Nate.
by
How you guys doing?
the time we were done
Good, how are
you?
processing the
We're talking
human
about what body
remains
parts were
in the
found where.
basement, we seem to be missing a significant portion of the lower
Oh
limbs.
man.
And
Torso with arms
did
on
you
by the
obtain any
bed.
information about where those items may potentially be located?
Yeah, it's kind of
We
wild.
were informed that they may potentially
Objection,
be
hearsay, Your Honor.
Hey, MLS Law and
Ask
Sean,
for
what's going on,
information
guys? How you guys
that
doing?
asserted I'm
You
offering
missed
it
a
to support
spirited
how she
debate
later
yesterday,
goes to a
Nate,
different
on my
location,
channel.
how she gets there.
Oh man, I know. It's funny because I wanted to get on, but I had my
We
kids
were
yesterday.
I'll
informed
get you.
that
I'll get
there
you.
were
See, I'm
potential
so sorry
human
about that.
remains in
No
a
worries.
van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find
Injection leading.
a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would
box?
have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet. And then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
Why are they emphasizing the
Or was it at the
crock pot
time?
box?
Yeah, we have changed locations since, but at the time we had a temporary
Because it's
cooler
funnier,
out at the Brown County
guess.
Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the
Okay, not only do people in
body bags
Wisconsin
from
have
us,
no necks, they
and,
all have
it's a cooled
obscene
van
levels
that's
of vocal
transported
fry
down
too.
to
This is
Dane
driving me
County for
nuts.
further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What
For
happened
that
with the
previous
remains
witness,
that were
I've never heard a
taken
man with
into
so
the
much
possession
vocal
of
fry
the medical
before.
examiner's office?
That was absurdly Kardashian of him.
For the home
Very surprising.
address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home, so they came to the scene. And because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
the information regarding
Hearsay
transport.
exception. Ah,
We do
803.
document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
But do you need a split camera view with like someone who's still in the other frame?
What the fuck?
I just noticed that. That's great.
Oh, God, girl, you need to get some makeup on.
That's
Prison
too much
makeup.
shabusiness. It's double the shabusiness. I don't want that much shabusiness.
That's a lot of hard miles on Taylor. You can see it.
She does not look her age. She looks much older.
That's, well, you know what they say, Chandler. It's not the years, it's the miles. She's been through a lot.
That's for a used car.
Well, she got treated like a rental car.
I guess dismembering a guy will age you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, hey, they talk about, like, you know, when you bathe yourself in blood, that kind of helps rejuvenate the
Or
skin.
like Elizabeth Bathory. I don't know if she's doing it for
Is
that
who
reason.
That was?
Yeah, Countess Elizabeth Bathory of Hungary. She was.
Isn't that what they did on Epstein Island too?
Oh, maybe. I wouldn't know.
Well,
But yeah, she apparently skipped that
welcome to
step.
Nate the
So
Lawyer. Okay. So we got Chandler Remington here with Remy_legal. We have MLS Law Show. It's Michigan Law Show there on Twitter. Nate the Lawyer. Of course, everybody knows who Nate the Lawyer is. And potentially criminal Sean. Make sure you get them subscribed if you haven't already done so. And please like me and subscribe me.
As well as
Let's listen to her talk some
portion
more.
of the report that is mine.
Objection. No objection. 4 is received.
And could you describe for the record exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shadtherian, and there are
It is
the
labeled
bag
as
sealed,
Shadtherian?
as
Ugh.
well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found
Storage
in the
unit?
crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van, and by the seal number, it says sealed by
van?
Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
Mayor, I would move for the admission of exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those?
Looks like we've got a Clorox picture of a
No
Clorox
objection
bottle
to
coming
admission
into
of
evidence at some
exhibits
point.
5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
You can overrule the objection. You can publish those.
She chopped up the body in the basement, Carrie girl. The basement of the
Schwab,
house, where the head
is
was
the
found.
screen, I think, and I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in exhibit 5?
Correct.
That would be the
And then
child-sized
I
body
think
bag,
if
I guess.
it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I
Well,
seal
part
that
of him
bag,
is in
and
there,
then once it
and
gets
not
to
all of him, just
Dane
part of
County
him.
for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag, so that is documented.
This
both
is
on
simple
scene
chain
and
of
then
custody.
again, prior
It's
to
a long
autopsy,
answer for
before
chain of
cutting
custody.
That seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they documented too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement.
Correct.
Well, here you don't have to
And
stand.
then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex.
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down into the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. How long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down?
Are we boring you,
They
Mr.
were
Business?
briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that
Is she going for the insanity of the
I
defense?
was
Because these
okay to go down
questions
there
aren't
because they were
really.
processing, I believe, already. So
Primarily didn't
we
do
would
it.
just have been discussing,
Secondarily, insane.
what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down,
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
so to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay. You looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or.
This
hang
doesn't
out,
help the
correct?
defense.
Correct.
As long as the
You see like a
questions don't
Pac-Man
help at all.
game down there, video game?
I remember some sort
Just
of
kind
console
of
game.
bolstering the,
yeah.
the prosecution's
Yeah,
case,
people
right?
down there.
Right?
He's been
Yeah.
doing that with every
Lots
witness.
of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
Um,
I think he's
With
trying to
regards
prove the
to the,
insanity, though. Lots
the
of
bucket,
clutter,
what
lots
color
of
was it?
things. You found the body parts
Yeah.
in different places.
and you did your
It's already
investigation
been
with regards to the
testified
contents of the
to.
bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
Calling into
When you
question
were
like
at
chain of custody.
The Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior
Was that
to
him?
Going
I was just wondering
to
if he was trying to
house.
Did he give you
challenge
any
chain of
directions on what
custody
you
stuff.
should do or shouldn't do?
Probably.
I
And what
think
else
the
you got to
directions
go
would have
on?
come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or
Yes.
what was the time of death?
I would
I
have
don't
to
know. The
check my
head is sitting in the
report.
bucket. Did you check for a
I would
pulse?
have to check my
Was it sometime
report.
after 11
I was just going to
a.m.?
say that.
Did you know of any other
Did you put a mirror up in
concerns that
front
were
of
in
it
the
to see if it was
basement after
fogging
you
up?
looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like
Dude,
either
shut
a
it down.
dresser or a TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
I think they have
And
too
there
many
was
cameras. They
I
don't
think
know
you
what to
said
do
a
with
blue
them.
bag on the dresser on the TV stand.
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was
Jimmy Choo.
a
Yeah,
rectangular
Jimmy Choo's really
blue
happy
bag
that
with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah,
Gonna be hard to dry clean.
Where was that located?
Get my
that was
brand out of
located
this.
on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was.
Let's call some
methamphetamine.
speculation. Where's the objections here? But if you're the prosecution, you're like, who cares, right? There was meth there. If he's going to get it in, he's going to get it in.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles,
Jimmy
you
Choo
had
bag?
gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry, could you
When did you
repeat?
put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when?
Oh, when?
Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Yeah, these
Dr.
are like
Tranqueira and I
we
were,
really don't have anything
removing
to
the
ask,
items
so we're going to
together.
ask cross-examination 101
Had you
questions.
ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation,
Unless he's building up to a bigger
but nothing
point, but
to
this is
this
not helpful.
extent before.
Never saw a head in the bucket, correct?
Correct.
Don't emphasize it, man.
Well, he's going for insanity. He's not going.
After you
She's
looked
not
at
getting
the
off. He's going
Yeah.
for
bag
insanity.
on the dresser,
That's a win for him.
then is that when
Okay,
you turned
all
your
right, I get
attention
that.
to
Yeah, he's going for the. You must be insane to cut off somebody's head.
backpack?
But I
Yes,
want to be
off
clear
the
though.
blue bag on the dresser, we
Insanity
would have,
is worse than if
then
she was convicted.
turned our attention to
You don't
the
get out
black
after you
and
go
pink
for
backpack,
insanity.
that
No,
was on
in
the
New
floor
York
at the
State,
foot
no
of the
one
bed.
else has ever gotten out
Now,
who's been
the
found
bed,
innocent
in this
on reason of
basement,
insanity.
were there
She's not getting out
mattresses that
anyways.
were stacked on
It's a
top
life
of each
sentence,
other,
though.
or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Wrong, Nate. She
There was
did
no,
get
it wasn't
off.
like a
Nathan, go to the
foot,
penalty
correct?
box.
No.
Go to the penalty
Basically
box, Nathan.
mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And
It's a
you went
5-minute
over
penalty.
to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would
Objection,
probably
not in
have
evidence,
to
Nicholas.
check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it.
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or
yes,
something?
it was black and pink, and there was
K-pop
some
group.
red staining on the outside.
Why did you focus on that?
Probably
Because I had red
of the
staining
red
on the outside.
staining.
Exactly.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Oh,
And
she
we
was
would
at the
have,
scene. I missed that.
try to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found
And
within
Under
the
Armour's going,
backpack
God damn it.
on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes,
And where was that?
that would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes,
Phrasing.
between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
Blankets?
It could have been blankets. It could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No.
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
Not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them?
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that we inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male. At that point, we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook. It was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home, and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
For what? He's essentially proved your case.
Yeah. Just, I guess maybe you're right. Emphasizing the craziness part of it.
Yeah, but
State's next witness.
it is a lose-lose though, because everyone, well, I think most probably chat doesn't know.
Right.
But when you if you get released because you're insane, they don't send you home. They send you to a mental hospital, and you usually spend your life in that hospital.
And the mental hospitals are horrible.
Yeah.
Well,
They're not emphasizing the crazy. They're emphasizing the horrible. It doesn't mean she was crazy when she did something horrible.
Step right up over here.
Well, you got to be crazy to dismember the guy and spread the body parts. That's
It seems like a very lazy defense to me.
Yeah. Well, they don't have anything to work with.
Not very imaginative.
I always try to think of how I would defend these kind of cases that I'm watching, and
MICHELLECZARNESKI.
I just wanted
This is
to
yours, Mr. Saunders.
emphasize the
Thank
state's
you.
argument.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training
Again,
you've
they just
received
have
for your
really
current
healthy
occupation?
necks in
I have an
Wisconsin.
associate's degree in forensic science.
You know, Taylor's like looking at everybody, sizing them up, like, what box would your head fit in? She's like a UPS worker.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
Shooting
And you've
recon.
been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the
Playing hide and seek with a camera. That's what shooting recon is.
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your
Is this
duties?
better, guys?
For instance, if one person's
Oh.
photographing things, the other
Are you
is
being loud?
things like that.
They said I was. Yeah. It's my ASMR voice.
So then I want to ask you about February 23rd, 2022. Were you working in that same
Your
capacity
Sarah
on
Boone
that
voice.
day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who is that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a
Sexy little
tie-dye suit
negligee,
on
something
and
for a little
rubber
evening
gloves.
wear.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct?
And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
I was wearing.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you
Is she
generally
sleeping?
for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
Kind of
He
looks
hasn't
like
moved in
it.
30 seconds.
It's a
He was in-
Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged.
Oh yeah,
Each
Taylor,
swab.
I'm not the only one.
A swab.
We typically have an assistant.
Something
help
in a
us, so if
bag.
I were swabbing,
Bag.
I
She
would
was
have clean gloves
intently
on, I would
focused
not
on the
touch
witnesses
anything.
that she knew
And in
personally.
this case,
And doesn't
forensic
care at all about
specialist
these.
Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab, and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled
This is
water
so
to the
funny.
tip of the swab itself to
Swab.
prevent contamination. And then I would
Then we
swab
had
the area of
tacos.
interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container.
Yeah, she's gone.
Pantene,
She's out.
Shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected.
Yeah, she got the nods.
A
Wait,
wooden
wait.
box, dildo. A shot bottle.
Well, that could be a dildo as well.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have?
Just so y'all know, I'm gonna laugh real hard
I
with
want to
just
ask about some of those in particular.
laugh
You
real hard
mentioned there
at
were
that.
2 dog collars that were located.
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
Hey, Jeff, I got to get going, but
Alrighty.
is the guy, they're all sitting down because I bet
Yeah.
Taylor's shackled by her feet. So she doesn't
Yeah,
do any more shit. I was just
The-
noticing
the-
that they're all sitting down.
Yeah.
I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
up until today, she was shackled hands to
Well,
her feet
yeah.
and her feet to the floor. But
But
now
she's-
she's got to be able to move her hands around. So
Well,
I think
yeah.
it's just feet.
But yeah, that makes sense. But anyways, have a nice day, everybody.
Thank you for joining us.
See you, Sean. I also have to
Hey,
go,
Sean.
unfortunately. But if you're still streaming in
Yeah.
a
Gonna
couple
hang out with
hours, I can
Elon.
come back later. I'm not hanging out
Yeah,
with
you and
Elon.
Elon here. We're just be your little socialite, be your little debutante, and go hang out with our better.
I love you guys, and I love this case. So I'll be back as soon as I can. 2 hours. See you.
Okay,
Bye.
bye. Just you and me now.
All right. I kind of want to know who that guy is still.
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
Oh, this is the collar thing with the.
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So, for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It is it lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description, and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you Exhibit 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe Exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both Exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of
Why
those items?
is it always so quiet?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located
Yeah.
3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail,
Bags.
the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
I ask you about one of those in particular. First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Is that
Yes, I
still
do.
toe?
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife
Oh,
with a
it's in a
silver
tube?
blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
Okay.
It's a knife.
and
Thank God. Thank God
Is
it's a
that
knife.
Item that you collected?
Yes,
And if you recall, where was that
We're gonna see it though,
knife
aren't we?
collected from?
this was collected from a Jimmy Choo
bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
And is that
Jimmy
an
Choo is
item
so
you
good.
collected
Keep my
from the
goddamn
basement,
name out of your
and entered
mouth.
into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that
This
sort
is
of a way
the,
for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each
Part of the
employee,
trial that
police
bogs
department has
down
its
always.
own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time and
Good
before I
morning,
leave,
Taylor.
actually the basement, when you were
I
collecting
think
these
she really
items of
was
evidence,
sleeping.
you mentioned Miss Andres.
She
with you
was.
as
She
well.
was out.
Yes,
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our offsite storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected
Crackpot
several
box
swabs
again.
from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that.
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about
Clorox wipes.
those
Take
are
a
items
picture of 'em.
we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the Schott bottle.
There must be some law that says they have to say crockpot box because they're just incapable of saying box.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
Is he gonna try to claim that she cleaned up the scene with Clorox wipes?
Yeah, I hope it was a bottle.
Council's reviewing those exhibits. Were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who was physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process?
Do you think
Well, they're
there's any
wandering
coaching-
up. Yeah.
I was
Nope,
gonna say,
go
do you
ahead.
think there's any coaching of your client with SCHABUSINESS?
She's not. This is as close as she's ever going to get to the stand.
No, but I mean, like, just like stay
Oh, to
there,
act?
don't make facial,
Yeah. I'm sure they're saying, "Dear God, please don't do anything stupid." But she's already been found competent, so all of her little fakes aren't going to work anymore. It's all irrelevant now, unless she's going for a mistrial, which would be bad for her, I guess.
I've
But,
had
see, now my
clients.
question is how drugged up can a defendant be and still be getting a fair trial? That's the question I have. Because I mean, she's got to be on something.
Yeah, I would imagine.
But how much of something before she's no longer?
Yeah, this is not ask that question.
Yeah.
This is just keep going.
Do you recognize exhibits 10 through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the short bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the short bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the crock pot box.
Are all
Back,
those
back,
photographs
backs.
that you took in this case?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned earlier.
This guy
on
clearly has to have eaten
some
off
your
all of his
duties, sometimes
fingernails
I
by
believe
now.
You said alternative light source. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is
He's
a
like
light that
hiding
uses
now.
Specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that
If you
something that
ever
you're,
wonder from her
trained to
accent
perform?
whether she's
Yes.
native to Wisconsin,
Was
the
that
answer
done
is
in
a
this
most
case?
definite yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
This is the most Wisconsin I've ever heard anyone
on the
be.
24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement, and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
Lou
We
Gehrig's
were looking
disease?
to locate any type of biological evidence.
It's like
specifically
luminol
blood.
for a different brain. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just
And
being a smartass.
When you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ernest. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh man, they're just plowing through these witnesses.
Thank you.
Did they
When-
admit
when
those
you say the
photos?
24th, are you talking about February 24th of
They admitted the photos, yeah.
2022?
Yes.
Okay, I missed that.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Schwaber and Public Safety come in with their crime light auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it.
All right, apparently the poll
it's
is
a
being
light,
wonky for some people, so we'll
that uses different wavelengths.
we'll
to
get
be
rid
able
of the
to
poll.
Detect anything.
I like
that
the
we
poll
can't
though, damn it.
Visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
I
Holly
just died in
Moss.
your arms
Holly
tonight.
Moss.
Won the poll.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
In assist.
So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
I know I was called by now Captain Lagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police?
The hell does this
vans?
matter?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
That's a special truck for crime scene processing.
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck,
Yes.
and you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook.
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at
Yeah.
the house.
Correct.
Because
And then a
Thomas,
short
it's
time
my
later, Detective
poll. It's
Scanlon
always
arrived
with
on the
me. I
scene.
don't need to cut it off so I
That's
can keep
correct.
it with
And
me.
then you
My
also
poll
met
is
with
always
Patrol
attached to me.
Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
Then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details,
Correct.
and then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement, or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside?
I thought they were going to play
all
that
of the
tape. I'm
areas
glad
of
they
the house
did
that you can?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did, correct.
And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator
Please don't.
or
Please don't
specialist
show the
Andre
whole video.
photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay, so you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay, trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you're told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacula arrived as well.
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs.
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County investigator Petra Schwab came there?
Correct.
And also the
He's just
forensic
repeating everything the
pathologist,
prosecution says for
Lee
every single
County,
witness.
Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived.
Yes.
Don't
A lot
get
of
it.
people at the house, correct?
Yes.
Did there were some cell phones on the kitchen table? Those were collected, correct?
But this doesn't even help him for a potential grievance or anything.
And then you assisted with collecting
helps
these
him with
different
nothing.
phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, or two blue ones and a black one.
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
Even my dogs are so bored they're snoring again.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Been fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal powder,
Yes.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
The only bit of new
Did
information
you
was
go
the
with
pipe.
Dr. Tranquita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did you find, did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags and then there was some human remains in there as well.
Yikes.
And then, did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Tranquita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor.
by a dresser or a bed?
Next to the mattresses on. the
Okay,
floor.
thank you.
Someone said in chat that he's doing it to appease SCHABUSINESS, but I don't think he'd go this
And,
far.
Yeah, no, I mean, he doesn't have to appease her. He just has to
Did
say,
you,
"Look, I'm doing something.
list
I'm
all
not
the different
incompetent."
things that you observed down there?
Yes,
I gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
correct.
Ask 5 questions and be done.
Yep. He's checking off boxes, but presumably he wrote
I
out
think you
those
mentioned,
boxes ahead of
finding
time.
a dildo,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box.
Okay.
On a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
What was on
Did
the
you
box?
open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the one
see
The
who
what
box where the
located it.
dildo was it
You-
open
you
or
located
closed?
it?
I didn't locate it. I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
But then you went and take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
I don't know why that's funny, but it is. Probably because I'm 12.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that on
No,
there?
that'd be fingerprint powder.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on? Do you know?
I don't know.
He knows the answers to these questions. Why is he asking them?
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
What, do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do you
It
know
was
that?
morning.
Morning? Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Tranquita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
Okay. How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall those exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear.
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed.
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened.
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crockpot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crockpot box, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler.
Okay, new drinking game. Shots every time somebody says crockpot box.
Just
Just
some other odds
thinking
and ends,
that.
but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
Crackpot flag.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crockpot box?
Correct.
And
I'm just
who
trying to figure out his
processed that?
strategy.
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle.
I think he's trying to hypnotise the jury to be so bored he gets to
I
give
touched
not
it
guilty.
initially and
You're actually
realized
checking
that it
out the
kind of shifted and
It's empty. I don't have anything.
had
I'm
an
at the
instinct that
office,
there was body
unfortunately.
remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
I gotta have
Crockpot
something.
box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the
No.
hatch? You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
How surprised were you? How surprised were you? That's the question. Were you this surprised?
You didn't get it.
I'll show you with the box. What was in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
Then,
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the
minivan was done
box?
being processed.
What's in the fucking
When
box?
you left,
Give me the gun.
Correct.
you and investigator Andre,
Correct.
and your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples,
Correct.
dust for prints.
Correct.
Happy
you,
birthday to Digger a few
Are
days
you fully
late.
trained to do?
I was nowhere
alternate
around
light
anywhere to be on your
source,
stream Sunday, but
testing on
happy
your own?
birthday to one of the OG mods right here. Give her a late
Why did
happy
you have Holly
birthday.
Haynes there for Matt Schwaber
Nice. Happy birthday, dude.
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
then? And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to
And Jewish
identify that she
flashlights,
was
what?
able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight, or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
Well,
Okay.
that convinced me she's not guilty. I don't know about you.
Right? Is there a redirect? No. Okay. I thought he said he had some questions. It's like, why?
He's probably like, thanks. Thanks for helping us out there.
Sure.
Thanks for doing
Yeah.
us a solid defense guy.
Does
Sure.
ship business think he's doing a good job?
Exhibits? Yeah, I can do it now. I would move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, could we take a short break? I need to.
He's got to take a pee.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
I
going to
don't,
take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes.
He
All
just
rise.
he just moved those pictures in.
Yeah.
weird. The curtains, by the way, the curtains in this courtroom remind me of like a stage production, like behind the witnesses and everything.
The trial of Taylor's business.
That's right.
By the way, this is the intimate cam. We don't want that.
There we go. I was gonna say, I feel like I'm too close.
You were. You were inappropriately close.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Even though we're on camera, it still seems uncomfortable when we're that close.
Wow. So I don't know. We've been talking about the defense guy here. I mean, I just think he's covering his ass to say we asked some questions. It's not ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm doing a good job. And he's doing the best with what he's got. That's all I can say. But he's doing it excessively.
Yeah, no, and I just the questions are reiterating a lot of what the state puts out there that aren't good. And so I know MG Law was in the chat and he said, well, he's asking questions he already knows the answer to. Yes, well, that is the idea. But you want to ask the questions you already know the answer to that helps your case. And I'm trying to figure out what his possible angle would be with some of these questions. Maybe chain of custody, when he was first talking about the vehicle on cross with this last witness. Maybe it's a chain of custody thing. I don't know what he's going at. But
it's not going to... Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it seems pretty damning for Shabusiness right now.
Well, yeah. Again, the only reason I think they're doing the not guilty by reasons of insanity is they just have to plead not guilty to the state saying, well, she did it. So,
Yeah.
okay, she didn't do it. And they go, yeah, she did. Okay, well, she was insane. I think they're going to put all of their marbles in phase 2 of this when they get into the arguments as to whether or not she was insane at the time she killed the person.
MG Law, that was a joke. Had nothing to do with this case. Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to get inside the mind of the defense because we don't know their strategy, right? We can speculate, but we have no idea what their strategy is. So I'm just always trying to figure it out.
So is he. Well, I mean, well, as we said earlier, the opening statements, he said that he said that phrase, the phrase that every public defender that doesn't have a prayer always says, we ask you to keep an open mind while you look at the evidence. That's the sure sign they're going down in flames, and they're just trying their best not to.
He didn't emphasize, though.
Some of these? Not true. What did he emphasize?
He didn't emphasize, which you just heard the prosecutor come out here and he told you what all the evidence is going to show. What you didn't hear is that there's going to be a witness that saw this happen. There's going to be a witness that caught this person red-handed. There's going to be, well, I mean, I guess there kind of was. She didn't know what was in the crock pot box. No, but yeah, she confessed to it though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of what the defense is.
Well, they tried their defense in the motion to suppress when their argument was all of that stuff she admitted to and confessed to. Well, she was too drugged out of her mind on this cocktail, and the judge said, yeah, that's her problem. No one else shot her up at the drugs. She doesn't get to use that. So now they're kind of sunk. That was their big thing.
And so I also heard in your on your stream yesterday, was she actually diagnosed with the bipolar and underlying sociopath, or was that like an argument that they were making?
He was apparently hospitalized at one point several years ago.
Okay. Because I might just lean heavily into that, even in this, guilt or innocent phase. But I don't know, maybe they're not allowed to. This is kind of weird that they would bifurcate it. I thought, in Michigan, you would just conduct it all at once. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, man, that's how it is in a lot of places. If you're arguing not guilty by reason of insanity, you're admitting they did it, but you have an excuse.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
They pled not guilty, and then they pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So there you go.
Yeah, essentially the whole thing, even if you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, the entire trial is essentially whether or not this person is insane. And the other interesting thing is I find it kind of odd that in this case, it's the same jury that's going to be deciding the insanity after they... This is the problem I have working at the office. After they've already decided her guilt or innocence, so they're essentially
they're going to decide whether or not she committed the murder.
Yes.
Not whether she's guilty. There's a did the state prove
Well,
she did it, and
yeah,
then is she? But
Right,
in their
right, yeah.
heads,
But you're
which I
already
think is
kind
why
of
we had the
pre-exposing them to the idea that she's going to be, I don't know, it's just kind of weird.
yeah. Well,
Don't
it's, the,
bifurcate.
it's the legal fiction that we live in, which I think was part of the deal in the YNW Melly trial. You know, where you put the things in, and you go, okay, well, you know, they said this, and that sort of presupposes the next thing, rather than going, all right, let's separate all the evidence in our head and try to find the logical path through this. But how do we clear some super chats here?
Yeah,
we got a few here. Unhung Hero says Wisconsin, land of absent neck and multiple chins. He also said she looks methed up. She's so messed up, man. Torgo the White, bring the $5 super chat. I was hoping for some funny business, but instead we get old business. Puns. Hey, bring the puns. We appreciate a good pun. Examoon, if Johnny Depp didn't dump Amber, he could be in the crock pot box. Hopefully it would just be the box, not the crock pot. Don't want to go full Fatal Attraction. And Fire Pixie, that's a nice name. Fire Pixie, maybe she just really liked the game Operation a bit too much. Ah, nice. I always hated that game. Cindy Luhoot, thank you so much for the $1.99 chat. And Hako, thank you. If I did it, I was bat poop crazy. The new tell-all memoir by Taylor Shabusiness. See, I was thinking that her and Chandler Halderson could get together, do the cookbook, and call it If I Ate That.
Do you think she took a bite?
Again, I'm going to repeat what I've been saying for the last year. If she did, that would be the least offensive thing she did in my book. I mean, at least just like, something like that, probably. Well, what do you think? I mean,
I think she
all
did.
of this, and she didn't. Yeah, I mean, all of this, and she just didn't lick one of the knives, or
Yeah, she definitely did. She ate or drank something.
Crime sleuthin'. She loved him to bits, pieces, really. And that was a good one. I like that one. Cindy Luhoot, I really think that that is her dad sitting behind her. I see a family resemblance, but sleeping in court and just looking frumpy. I don't know. I don't think he's security.
I don't know that he is. From what I understand, her dad's not around any longer. I'm not sure why, but that's what I know. But no, I don't think he's security. I think he's just somebody that's interested and for some reason chewing on his fingers excessively on camera.
Yeah. Well, we've got a super chat about that coming up here in just a minute. Nicholas Starov, who will be here much later in the game. He's actually doing Nicholas Starov trial watch lawyer guy stuff. Yes, Cindy, the nibbling of body parts. Ella Cole, dude in the background is going to have eaten his arms by the end of the day. Bet he totally self-consumed before trial is over. Thank you. He's been gnawing on those fingernails a bit.
But going to town on them, not just like a little bit. He's like really going at it.
I pick my fingernails, and I can just see the blood already on his hand. Yes. Hempel, Texas, I can't take credit for this, but it's funny. At RBM KA56 said she was playing Mr. Potato Head. See, I was going to make that joke, but then he said it, so I ignored it. But then you super chatted, so I had to read it, so I couldn't use that joke. So, like 3 people stole my joke. Fire Pixie again, Drunkada. Nick has a night job. Yeah, everybody keeps hearing Drunkada when she's saying Trunkada. Nathan C, thank you so much for the super sticker. And Nathan C, thank you so much for the other one. Try that again. Thank you so much for the other super sticker. Unhung Hero, bring in the Taylor needs all the beauty sleep she can get bomb. Couple more here. Unhung Hero, wait, the dildo was in her box. Unfortunately, that would be funny if true, but
I think it was everywhere but.
Yeah, well, speaking of butts, I know, I can tell you right where it was. Yeah, it was
Did they dismiss that count, by the way? Did that get dismissed?
No, not at all.
I don't know how that stands. That was a really
it was a good argument.
Straight up argument, yeah.
I'm just debating whether to what's going through here, if it should come out here.
It's always a tough
Okay,
debate.
it was in Shad Therian's prison pocket. We'll just leave it at that. Really wouldn't surprise me if she does have ADHD and the only mental health issue is being drug-induced psychosis. Watching her and recognizing it from personal experience, she's probably got a few issues, I would guess.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Maddie Gray. I think the evidence is too damning, and they're just waiting till phase 2. I mean, is he trying to give her an extra day out of jail? I don't know.
But why take so long with it? Like you said, ask 5 questions and move on, or just pass the witness. Don't even ask questions.
But currently
Sometimes that could be a good
yeah.
defense strategy, though, by the way. You know, we're not even scared of this witness. We're just passing this. I don't have any questions.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, what do you want us to say?
Yeah, right.
We currently have, how many people do we have here? 1,145 people.
Wow.
We're moving on up. We went up to 12. We got down there. We've got 913 likes. Please hit the like button. And we also have our quest for subscribers. We are approaching very, very closely 56,000. We're currently 813 away from
Nice.
from
Tell your
60,000.
friends to come join us.
Seriously, get the word out. And while you're doing that, make sure everybody goes over to MLS Law Show. It's Michigan Law Show at Twitter and YouTube. And subscribe.
Yeah, check me out. I have trials too. I would have been streaming Sarah Boone if it was going opposite this. And now it's supposed to be going opposite Brian, whatever his name is from Idaho.
Coburg? Coburg's not going to. Coburg's not going to go to trial in October.
It's up. It's up for an issue right now. But whether or not he
his
waives his
lawyer
right to a speedy trial.
Well, his lawyer asked for the farthest date out. Ooh, got the nicotine hiccups. Better take a drink of whiskey. Clear that up. All right, court is back.
Cool. I like this court. It's speedy. It's right on time.
This judge is fantastic. I really, really, really like this judge. It's just no
Not
nonsense.
Like a 10-minute break that takes an hour.
I mean, he started at 8:30 this morning. He's just on the dot. His 10 minutes have been 10 minutes. His hours have been hours. And he's been pushing for this thing to go through on
He's
this
also a
date.
very unassuming judge too. He doesn't seem like omnipotent in his courtroom.
Well, and like we were talking about earlier, unlike other judges, this guy makes decisions. He's not the well, let's wait and see. Let's let the jury decide.
Yeah. And that's the kind of judge you want.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Let me bring up the old volume. Huh. Well, maybe that's all she. Her own lawyer didn't want to talk to her crazy ass.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
She's like, I'm
Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Sarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
Yeah. So I went to UW Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, then I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
Well, she's already credible to me because she knows how to use a microphone.
So I want to direct your
Right.
attention to February 23rd of 2022.
Why can't we see her?
Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and
Dear Liza.
that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Sarneski?
Yes.
So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Charneski.
So your role was kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right.
Hey,
Bucks called it
she has like a real
Butterface.
neck.
Yeah, but see, her neck is like, I feel like it's almost a little too long. Like they went too far.
Just the genetic experiments in Wisconsin have gone too far. Eric Foam says she looks like a boglin. I don't know what a boglin is, but you're probably right. She's angelic. All right. Well, we got one super chat here from our very own Flux. He looks worse now. Well, she's had a long day in court. Plus, she just woke up from a nap. Give her a break. Fire Pixie with a $5 heat. I really wonder if Zach Anderson had this judge, if things would have turned out different for Zach.
I would say probably. But, you know, we're all speculating at that point.
Yeah.
Emily says her, yeah.
Well, see, now I had a weird comment. Somebody made a weird comment last time I wore the hat that I was wearing in the morning stream. They said my hat brim was too big. What did they say? It was
too big? I don't think it was too big.
I'm kind of scrolling down here to find this. It was a weird comment.
There was the black one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, I get my Stetsons tomorrow.
Says, I love the Wyatt Earp flat brim felt. First of all, it's not a Wyatt Earp flat brim hat. It's a hat that the dogs ate, so I flattened the brim out. It's not felt. It's a 7X beaver pelt. But your brim's too big for your shoulders. From a narrow shoulder friend, 4.5, maybe 5 inches is your max, bud. First of all, narrow shoulders is not something I've ever had a problem.
I was gonna say, do you have narrow shoulders, and is there an appropriate ratio?
Yeah, I have exceptionally broad shoulders. Everything is always tight in the shoulders, and that was a 4.5-inch brim on the hat. So,
by the
I
way,
also have
so
a
Flux
massive
needs
skull.
to wear the hat that she wore for her wanted poster. By the way, more often. That's a nice looking hat.
I think so. The V for Vendetta looking hat.
Mm-hmm. What exactly are we waiting on?
Somebody to do
Oh.
something. I think they're signing autographs or something. No, they're just checking all the pictures. This is the picture lady. Every trial has a picture person. Yeah, the brim needs to be wide enough for the purpose of the hat. And the purpose of that hat is to keep the sun and rain off of your shoulders. You're getting your hats tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Cool. Where'd you get them from?
Well, I said I don't know. I have the CPA. He has one, and I asked him about it, and he was like, what size is your head? And then just ordered me a couple. So
sweet.
Cool. Yeah.
Well, Anime Matsuri, Texas, visiting the mothership for Miller hats. Can pick me up a few from the mothership. And go,
Nice.
hey,
Yeah. I'll be in.
About a sponsorship. Just give me one hat a quarter, and I'll mention you at least once a day.
I'll be in Houston in September, but not August.
That's better. Well, a slightly better time to be in Houston. Does your hat fit in a crock pot box? Yeah, she's the photography lady. She's going to go through all the pictures.
Yeah, so we spent all this time for the defense to go through them, and now the witness is going to go through them. And
JKD Bug, holy cow, it just hit me. SCHABUSINESS looks like my supply chain manager at work.
Does she have that look on her
Ron.
face at all times too?
Yeah, that like, I would chop you up in a fucking heartbeat look on her face. SCHABUSINESS getting sober and waiting to get the pen of the lawyer. Did you see that interrogation video with some guy? He'd like CP'd a kid, and they brought him in, and one of the officers just left a pen sitting too close to the edge of the desk. He grabbed the pen, and the guy was like a ninja. He's like, boom, caught him, and this guy just lunged at him with a pen, and he just grabbed the wrist, and then they just proceeded to stomp him a little bit.
I have not seen that, but that's
pretty good, buddy. You're old. Yeah.
Okay.
Conan the Robarian, legal vices. She showed them titties yet? Not yet.
I was
I'm
really
still trying to
wondering if
figure-
we were going to get some antics.
Well, she's already shown her titties to the judge once, and that didn't get her crazied. So, I just want to know which hearing it was.
Did the judge pull a Michael Scott and just like take out his camera?
They stomped him out like a campfire.
You had the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize each of those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the
And speaking
scene
of women with
and
gorgeous
areas of
hair, it's
interest
Nicholas
and items
Starov.
of interest within the
Heyo.
And were all those
Hey.
taken on February 23rd, 2022?
I just got home and
yes,
haven't eaten all day, and I had that sudden urge for
When you're taking these
ketchup
photographs,
dipped
I'll
wieners,
start here.
and I don't know why.
Mr. Nesky, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
Nice.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with?
Has it been this fun all the day?
The photographs are done first, and then an item is collected.
Very straightforward. Good trial.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the exhibits we just referred to, in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to
Yeah, I've been-
fairly accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been listening in most of the day.
I'd ask that the court delay
That'll work.
that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
That's a weird request.
Why doesn't he just voir dire now?
Satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue.
She's too cute to be a CSI.
That's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as
She has a
to
borderline
exhibit
nose.
45, there's an objection.
Yeah, that's like Easter Island
And then as to
statue-esque.
46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
This guy's weird. Duplicitous does not mean double.
Thank you. So, apart from photographing the scene and assisting Mr. Nesky with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February?
Oh, it's not the
23rd?
size of the
Yes.
nose I'm attracted to. It's the shape.
Were you involved
and,
in
and
part of
or
this
size?
investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the offsite storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a town and country minivan,
Remember the color?
gold.
I was just kind of thinking she has like Alita eyes. She has Legal Bites eyes.
Police department facility.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she does a little
What
bit.
was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
She's a Wisconsin 7.
Wisconsin 7.
An 11 by what we've seen so far, but hey, I mean, definitely smash. I would.
She's a part of that generation who grew up with CSI Las Vegas and decided, I'm going to be a CSI, and then got really disappointed when she started working.
Flux. Just gotta bring everyone down.
Oh.
Why is she dressed so casually?
I don't know.
I don't know if that's anything special. Did they? I had to step away for a second. Did they? Are they allowing voir dire?
What did the judge say a minute and a half ago?
No, I was just fine. I was just wondering,
No,
because he's
I'm trying to
going through
think.
the exhibits again.
He said you can cross-examination. Right now, she's just laying the foundation for them.
Okay.
Yeah, and SCHABUSINESS is drugged up.
Find the water bottle. There's a water bottle camouflaged in this picture somewhere.
She's eyeing that pen. And her hands are free. Yeah.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs of the back passenger driver's side of the minivan, which includes a crock pot box and
He's from Wisconsin too.
a body part inside the crock pot box, and then the crock pot box empty.
Are those photographs that
Be like
you
12
took?
shots by now.
Yes.
though, Jeff.
Do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the van as you encountered it on February 23rd, 2022?
Yeah, I wasn't in on that.
And move exhibits
Crack
55,
pot box.
56, and 57.
Your Honor, objection to 56 and 57 on grounds that they're more prejudicial than probative.
Ooh.
What are they?
Didn't they already limit the pictures?
Hold receipt of those then in advance. I'll receive 55 and rule in 56, 57 at the break.
Oh, I'm too loud. I hear. I'm at 50%.
And your
Going down
involvement
40.
with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Charneski with swabs.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what
Isn't ALS and Blue Star the same thing?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts.
Correct.
ALO is the generic
Are
name.
you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess when you apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow.
And did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes, sure.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
Oh, this is taking too long. Is it me, or does it look like his client is assisting him in the defense of her case?
Looks like it to me. Especially right there.
Well, I mean, he's definitely showing her stuff. She's not really responding, though, I guess. Oh, no, there she is. Yeah, she nodded. Yeah, she's
nodded.
participating in her defense. I don't think she cares much, but she seems to be participating. So ALS is the ultraviolet light. Blue Star is the liquid chemical spray that reacts with the iron. Okay, yeah. So Blue Star and like luminol are the same type of thing. But what I gathered from another trial I watched, I can't remember which one it was, the Blue Star, apparently you can still test after you spray, where luminol, I believe, makes the stuff like untestable. So maybe Blue Star is the up and comer.
So basically 25 pictures she's got to root through here.
These are just the items, or are these also the body parts?
Well, I don't know. They're saying that a couple of them are more prejudicial than probative, so I'm thinking there might be body parts in there too.
Well, I'm wondering if they were certain toys of a.
Yes.
And what do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light, showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent, where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is in like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
Any objection? No objection. 58 through 63 will be received.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63?
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
Wasn't he trying to exclude?
Thank you.
58 and 59, something like that.
Yeah, some
I think were the
prejudicial
numbers.
pictures.
Yeah.
All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you. Ms. Andres. So does this appear to be Exhibit 58?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this depict?
Show us.
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 59.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that blue star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side.
That's why.
It's a
It,
photograph
like,
of it.
lit up like a Christmas
So the
tree. I
sort
bet.
of bluish highlighted area, is that the blue star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 60.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower, and that'd be the blue star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep. And then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the blue star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at Exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this Exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge.
Steph's
I
in
wish
the
they would show
chat.
these pictures. These aren't, bad pictures.
All right. So is this Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
This is essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, Exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Yeah. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up Exhibit 58 quick.
Steph, this
Which
is the
drain are you
woman that
referring to is being depicted in Exhibit 62.
killed and cut
The
up her
one that's on the
boyfriend and
very
left her
bottom of
head in
the
a
photo.
bucket for his
It's like
mother
on
to
the
find.
concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then Exhibit 63.
Steph, the alternate in chat.
Actually, I will have
Throw it
to
up for Steph.
pull that up.
Steph has so much freaking energy on her streams. It's amazing. Every time I pop in.
She does. Steph's awesome. We love Steph.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I hope Steph is available on Friday
So we're looking at
on
Exhibit
my
63 then.
Chat faced for charity stream.
Yes.
Okay. And what area is Exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in Exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
Blood spots?
And I guess the area that we're looking at, Exhibit 63, is that?
How do we know how
suspected to be
old those are?
Blood or other biological material? The mattress itself.
Kaylin Blackrose says
top
Court
mattress that
TV
was
showing the
placed over
photos.
there on the
Guess what?
23rd,
Law and crime is
did
too.
that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in Exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay. I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
Calls for speculation objection.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress.
Sure.
I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress.
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it.
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses.
No.
This is unsavory.
Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle. We processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle,
Yeah,
a bunch
those
of
Clorox
knives,
wipes.
the crock pot box, a
Say
rag,
crack pat backs one more time.
a towel, pair of shorts.
I do think she says
There
Clorox
might have been
white.
another thing. We processed a bunch
Not
of evidence
white.
that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
Jeff, you think she's Mormon?
What? Who?
Witness.
Why would I think that?
No, she's very decently clothed. I mean,
Are there a lot of Mormons
No.
in Wisconsin?
I have no idea.
no, I just saw someone said she's a solid Amish 10. So I thought I would continue the joke with something else.
Do you recognize what those depict?
Every time I see him, I hear the theme song for Twin Peaks.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
The objection.
No.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting Exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Shout, shout,
Yes.
let it bleed out.
And what is Exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue.
So she had like a
or
whole
you can also
process.
do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in, I guess, dusting or whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So
We're
the
boring
sort of
her
black,
again.
I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess,
I need to grab
deemed
some water, I'll be right
suitable
back.
or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So
stream is
there's a
mine.
difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called Latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent print, Were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to, fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor SCHABUSINESS?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Leighton 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the
Worst
details.
double mint twins ever.
But there was a comparison or a match, I suppose.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Be
Camera operators on that.
fair to say that you processed a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Ms. SCHABUSINESS?
Yes.
Did I miss some camera guy shenanigans? Someone's saying the cameraman's on meth.
Someone in the chat said the worst double mint twins ever. It was
Oh, no.
Yes.
And
That's
what is
what I was
that?
laughing about. But yeah, the
this
cameraman.
is my set of details that I
moving stuff
wrote
around.
for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different Leightons that were collected for this case, one being Leighton 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of Leighton 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Worst double mint twins ever. There you go.
Well, I was looking at the double mint quadruplets there. Ain't too bad.
She
I'm all
could.
good.
She could.
And in comparing
no, I'm
Leighton
not going over there.
2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Ms. SCHABUSINESS's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of SCHABUSINESS's 10-print card.
And I guess what's a 10-print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10-print card collected or palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is Leighton 3. So that's the 3rd Leighton that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was Leighton 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing Leighton 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Ms. SCHABUSINESS?
Yes.
Hey, we just hit
Were any
1,000
matches?
likes. Thank you so
Yes.
much, everybody.
And
Yay.
1,200 people here,
matched
1,000 likes. Thank you so much. Make sure you
Leighton
guys
3
also get over
matched
to
with the right
MLS
thumb
Law
of
Show and
SCHABUSINESS's 10-print
Nicholas
card
Starov.
and
Subscribe to them
hit
too. Show them
with
some love
the
for taking
left
time out
ring
of their
finger
days to
of
come here and hang with
SCHABUSINESS's
us.
10-print card.
Yeah.
So there are multiple, I guess, Leightons or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
So were there multiple, I guess, fingerprints
He
located
just
in this Leighton
pushes
3
in a
area?
random
Yes.
objection. I mean,
And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you?
It was a leading question. Ooh. there's
Is that
a
what we're
lot,
looking
huh?
at here?
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 13?
Is that blood or rust?
This is a knife with a brown handle and
I
silver
would
blade.
bet on both.
And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you
If you
take any swabs from?
if you're going
that
to
item?
use a knife,
Yes.
you need a bigger
Where did you
guard.
swab on that item?
That would cut your
One was
fingers
from
off.
the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed,
The entire blade.
including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is still exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay.
So shut up, shut
The
up,
labels
shut up, defense guy.
I think
Now you look dumb.
15 and 14. Go ahead.
He's
Just
hard to
busy
see
writing
on the screen.
down
I
all
see
the
it now.
questions so we can repeat it.
So the sample that you took of
Yeah, right.
the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
There's
And
like
then,
half a dozen
is that
questions.
the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
Everything's in a box.
Is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is exhibit 15, court exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box, and there is a sample sticker on the
There it
glove
is.
that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting this swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you.
Reuse your crackpot box. Can be used for storage
Apart
of
from those
everything.
items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo.
Yes.
Okay,
Described
and,
as or
you were asked
was?
to, I guess, process that item further.
Yes.
A carrot can be described as a dildo. I
That
mean,
was March 4th.
Well, just anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
yeah. Yeah, I used to joke that my old Catholic girlfriend, once the lights were off, she more or less tore my dick off. But I don't mean that literally. I'm just
Recognize
saying.
Exhibit 65.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with a sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is
It's
that
a shoulder
an
massager.
item of
That's
evidence
all
that
it
you would have
is.
swabbed in this case?
Yes.
And the photograph as well?
Yes.
You took the photograph.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that
Mrs.
signify?
K. Griff, I've been up
So that's
since
sample
4:30
1.
this morning.
And typically
Yeah.
when we
It's
start a
10
new
p.m.
day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1
Filters off.
through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object,
Share
where
business, that's
specifically
a
were you swabbing?
waste of a good rack.
It was the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Trust no one, Taylor. Trust no one.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich. Exhibit 65, the dildo. Why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Oh, you got to swab it.
Sometimes
low and
items
slow.
don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay. And that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it?
Locate.
Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Sarnecki to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it.
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there? Specialist Zarnecki.
There was multiple detectives, and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there? Do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
For the vehicle, or
Yes, for the vehicle.
for the vehicle? That was
Well, the
in the
judge didn't give a
afternoon.
directed verdict
How
because
long
it's
were
up
you
to the
there?
jury to
The
decide
storage
whether or not
facility.
she did it and whether or not
maybe an hour, 2 hours.
she was
And you took
insane
pictures?
at the time.
Correct.
There was
And
sufficient
then you met
evidence.
other detectives there, Detective Liberta,
Yeah.
Detective
The
Cassie
difference
Bakula,
between
Detective Bry,
fact
Detective
finder
Scanlon,
and
Dr.
and
who
Tranquita.
decides what
And
the
now
law
they
is.
haven't asked for a
Petra
direct
Schwab,
verdict
is
yet
that right?
either. The
Yes.
directed verdict would come after
You
the
took pictures of the
prosecution rests
interior
or
and
the
the exterior
defense
of this
or the
minivan,
entire
correct?
case rests.
Yes.
And
Those
you
are the two
labeled and
times you do it.
photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van. Did you find two papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
That's the roommate.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box.
Correct.
And then you found
Taylor's
did you
roommate
find a
who's twice
Wisconsin
her age.
title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarnecki removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a a seat behind the driver's side.
Yes.
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There was absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
Correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarnecki, correct?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinquita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes.
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct.
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
We made a boo.
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Charneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing
fix
the
it.
samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Zarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Tomes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
Is this the reasonable doubt?
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarnecki followed up by processing the residence at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
That's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Zarnecki, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Ashwaubenon Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the
Cameraman
Green Bay Police
is like
Department have
bored.
a
He doesn't know
camera
what to
that
do.
It can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay. But at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay. You were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting that's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumption.
Presumptive, yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light.
Yes.
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else.
Yes.
Okay. And
that was a good question.
I think it's Exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes.
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
Yes.
And then it also shows the shower drain. Let's write that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
Yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower? For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay.
This should have been the best trial ever.
Can you turn
Meanwhile,
your
I'm
attention
covering
to exhibits 46 and 47, please?
I like it. It's going very well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm covering the Daubert hearing of the Young Thug trial, and that is a complete clusterfuck. I'm going to have content for months just with that Daubert hearing. They're putting up experts in pinch and zoom. I mean,
how many dillies were found in the shower?
Both of these photographs, exhibit 46 and 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress
Speak
has
up,
a
man.
gold colored
Correct. Correct.
clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52?
Did he ask anything about you can't, or like suggest that you can't tell how old this blood is?
Not that I've heard yet.
No.
Okay.
That would have been the one thing I asked.
Yep.
That and the bleach thing.
Exhibits 51 and 52 both depict drains, correct?
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it.
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain, is that fair?
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could direct your attention to exhibit 45.
How many photos total were there? Oh.
A lot.
More than five. More than five.
Mandalore Wise 01. Assuming a successful NGI defense, what's the result? Then she goes away to a treatment facility for pretty much the
She's
rest
going
of her
into a locked room. It's just a question of if it's concrete or padded.
life. If it has bars or pads.
Correct.
And with neighbors
This
who
would be
are
not simply
even
released to
crazier.
general public. Not maybe institutionalized, she will be
Yes.
institutionalized.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
At least in prison, some of the neighbors are sane.
I saw it sitting next to the
Inside
bed.
the psych ward, nobody's sane. Not even
Yes.
the
Was
that
guards,
kind of like
not
in
the
the corner by the
psychiatrists.
wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it?
Miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Okay. Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there's a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department. And then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. The drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are 2 drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Well, the drain in the shower leads to the second drain. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right. Thank you. You're excused.
Oh, that was relatively painless. Picture time, show and tell is always a little bit lengthy and drawn out and painful to watch.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I know that you said that you would hold argument on an exhibit or 2 till the break. Will I have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
At the next break.
Okay. All right.
State have a next witness?
He will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness. So potentially.
Okay, I think we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45.
That's oddly specific. A 7-minute break. Okay, we're gonna get probably got one last witness today. He said there's gonna be a lengthier witness. So I'm guessing they'll give us about another hour and 15 minutes of testimony, maybe. We'll see.
Work getting in the way. What'd I miss?
Nothing. Pictures.
Nothing.
They're over though. Finished. Got through the cross-examination.
Yeah, there's an exact 7-minute break.
Exact 7. He said 7 minutes.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's gonna be 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Oh yeah, it will be. Unhung hero for the $2 is Wisconsin. She's probably Lutheran. Probably. Unhung hero again. Did she swab the whole dildo or just the tip?
So gross.
Right.
Gross.
Mandalore Wise 01. Assuming a successful NGI defense, what's the results? I already read that one there. Yeah, she goes away to the short bus. Yeah.
The marital aid was found in the victim's bedroom.
Yes.
Okay.
And Cindy Lou Hoot. Definitely attorney sounds just like Valhalla Waits. Okay.
This is an interesting case. This is an interesting case. I like the speed of it. I like the prosecution. It's just so many weird little things that pop up. The crockpot box, the certain toys, just the how everything was discovered, just everything. The fact that the mom's boyfriend, when you came home, what'd you do? I went to bed. I was out drinking all night. He was gone in the house for six hours drinking, apparently. Just weird little things that crop up in this case.
Well, if she hadn't been so talkative, there would be a lot of, okay, so you didn't like your future stepson. Some of that sort of, but she was SCHABUSINESS. Talkative. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never saw the interrogation video. Is that out there?
It's there are a couple of interrogation videos. I've searched and can't find any.
Okay. So we should presumably see it in this trial, which is going to be really cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that. Because I've heard of
psychotic. Yeah, well, I have too. But like I said, I've been looking all the places that have the interrogation videos and things, and haven't been able to see it yet. Psychotic Doll X, who's been a member for the Clean and Sober crew for 1 month, says, I just want to know the position of both heads in the bucket for the purpose of making jokes. Don't know. They were just both there. That's all we know. Mercifully, that's all we know.
But apparently, they only saw the upper head once they removed the cloth. So probably the lower head was down on. Yeah.
They had to take multiple looks to figure out what they were looking at. Mom knew right away.
Yeah.
D What is in the chat. D What was in my chat yesterday. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, D What was
saying
in
I
my
looked like I'm
chat.
just ready to pass out. And I said, why? I said, because I yawned. Yawning and just about to pass out are different animals.
See, so I have this thing. I got into this bad habit. Well, not a bad habit. I would take my kids to school, and then I'd come to the office, and then I'd work. And then at like 2:00, I'd pick them up from school and drive home, and then I'd relax, take a nap or something, and then I'd get back to work again in the evening. So every time, like 2-3 o'clock, I'm just exhausted, and I'm ready for my nap time. And I go back to work.
Post-lunch nap time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as long as we got the little break here, we currently have 1,119 people here and 1,065 likes. So everybody, please, if you haven't already done so, do me the favor of reaching down there and hitting the like button and subscribe if you haven't. This is our push to 60,000 people. We need 60,000 subscribers. Why? No real reason, just because it's a good number. We currently have 59,192.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you're here
808.
watching, so you must like it. So hit the thumbs up. takes
Yeah.
a second.
Yeah, and we're 808 subscribers away from 60,000. That's pretty dang
Nice.
cool.
Yeah.
I guess that's enough for my grifting. MLS, who are you? What are you doing here, and why? Yeah, how can people get a hold of you?
Everyone should be watching me and subscribing to me as well. Now, MLS Law Show, right there. I am a Michigan attorney, and I apparently do YouTube now. So I've been covering some trials. I think I got 3 or 4 over the last several months, with some other odds and end videos. We've got a couple with Flux. Those are fun. But was going to be covering Sarah Boone, which is supposed to be going today as well. That's been adjourned. But I will be covering that coming up, as well as my big push is the Crumbly case that's coming up. That's the James and Jennifer Crumbly, the parents of the Oxford school shooting. They are in my county in which I reside, and so that case I am all about. So yeah, check it out.
Well,
Hopefully, there's a link somewhere in the chat.
Everybody, link up our guests in chat, mods. I made a very big tactical error. As soon as the court starts again, I have to go and shut some windows. I thought, oh, it's morning, the sun's coming up. There's going to be a nice cool breeze coming off the ocean. So I opened up 2 windows to let an airflow through, and all I've done is just made the house really, really humid.
Julia 543 says MLS Law Show stands for Michigan Law Show Law Show. Technically, it still does. We're working on that. We got to figure out what MLS stands for besides Michigan Law Show now.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's
Don't
like
ask chat, you'll just get weird stuff.
the Los Angeles Angels. It's the Angels.
Yeah, right. Well, I always make fun of Panera Bread because Panera is actually Italian for bread, so it's called bread. And now I have the same sort of thing.
bread.
Yeah, I was like, let's go, get some lunch at bread.
Chad Moser gave us $4.99. No comment necessary. Thank you so much. And Kelly R, $10. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sarah Boone and Taylor need to be housed together. Think they'll get along fantastic.
That would be interesting.
All the
memories interesting is Chad Moser. Sarah Boone and Taylor need to be housed together. Weird, those things came up doubled. I hope they weren't doubled for the people paying for them. Weird, both of those came up doubled. All right, never mind. Never mind. Well, the judge is late.
What?
Is he late?
There are currently 0 seconds left. But just in case so we don't miss anything, let's just
not as bad though so far as the that Texas case I covered. The judge would be like, "We're gonna take a 15-minute break," and it was literally an hour later he'd come back. Every time. It was even like once or twice. This judge seems to be on top of things.
And that's,
you want chat to pick MLS stands for? Yes, actually, I've been asking everyone, what does MLS stand for?
Multi-level.
Multi-level. Okay, multi-level.
Multi-level something.
Well, the judge is on top of things, but SCHABUSINESS only needed the tip of things.
We need to get the judge back here, get this court going. Oh, well, there again, let's not push that button anymore, shall we?
Did you just dump it again?
Ever. I wouldn't do something like that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can change I know I can change my name. I don't want to change my name. I just got to figure out what it stands for.
Well, come on, Judge. Ain't nothing going on around here. We've all pretty much exhausted the arguments. I mean, always the photographic evidence people, the people that have to put in all of these photographs into evidence, just really suck the life out of any stream or any trial they have anything to do with. It's literally just, did you do this? Is this a true and accurate picture of what it shows? Did you take it 5 feet from the house? Okay, here you go. And
Yeah.
Just, I don't even know what's, I'm bored. I'm bored by the picture stuff. Like, it's just always rough. You know, it's
Yeah,
just
there's no
cookie cutter.
shenanigans going on. But okay, but if you're bored, and that's the thing I tell my chat too when we're watching these trials, if you're bored, that means it's a proper trial, right?
Right.
Because the prosecution should just be laying out the evidence just like this. It should be efficient. They should just go through. They're not pulling any sort of shenanigans or not making any sort of, improper leading arguments during examination. The defense should object when it's appropriate. This is how a trial should be. And trials in general are boring. 99% of trials are boring. So you're actually seeing a good, effective trial, a proper trial here.
And I mean, while at the same time saying I'm bored, it's actually going very, very efficiently.
Yes.
That was much shorter than it should be for a trial of this nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
we
agree.
saw it with the YNW Melly trial. We saw it with the Rudolph trial, where it'll take days. I mean, it took the Melly trial. What was it? 3 days to get in. I mean, it was just 525 pictures, just one at a time, going through.
Yeah,
that's
and
the worst.
That's not what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and that's where like Moni G saying, if you're bored, we're doing our job right. Yeah, introducing the photographic evidence isn't sexy. When you know you're not doing a good job is when that boredom turns to anger at wasted time.
Yes. Well, and that's kind of how I was getting a little bit with the defense counsel with his questions, because I feel like he's wasting time. And it's a little bit frustrating because he's not asking creative questions. He's just asking the reinforcing what the state has already put out there and not doing anything to advance his theory of the case or his defense or anything, in my opinion. Now, he might have a defense because at the end of the day, I don't know what his defense is. Nobody knows. He might be advancing it, but it doesn't seem like it.
Mega legendary schlong law show.
Actually, Scott I had a good one, and I already pulled it and put it in my little notes. Media legal studies. Like that one, we could play with that one. We can work with that one a little bit.
Yeah,
Medium lawyer
exciting.
Oh my god. It's like it's a Monday or something. My phone keeps ringing. All right, I'll be right back.
All righty. Well, we're still waiting for the court to come back. We're still here, still lurking.
Okay.
Lara, you okay? Looking tired? Yeah, I'm fine. He's getting a little light outside. Just don't know how long the court's going to go. They should go another hour, but if they go 2 hours, I'm probably going to die. So I'm good for another hour. If they just, what time? What time in your neck of the woods do they usually close? It's like the standard 5 around your neighborhood, because it's 5 in Utah.
Yeah, 5 o'clock the latest. So they're an hour behind me, so it should be just 1 hour left, and they should be done.
That's what we hope.
Yeah, it's funny too. I covered a case in Oakland County, Michigan, which is my county I practice out of a lot, and they're done at 4:30. It was so nice that when I was covering this case to be done at 4:30. I'm like, oh, I can relax, and I don't even have to drive home from court. It was amazing.
Well, they started at 8:30 a.m., so I'm like going to start early and finish late.
Yeah, it
Please
might be
don't die,
because
legal vices, says Steph the Ultra Nerd. I need effing Fridays in my life. Okay, just for you, Steph. We'll keep myself alive. All
Yeah, he
you
might
Lorax,
do,
keep yourself alive.
he might do 8:30 to 6 p.m. just to get everything packed into 1 week.
Yeah, hope not.
Could be.
I literally do have about an hour left.
Then you have to go to
here
work.
goes.
See the door opening. I'm excited.
Yep. I've got an hour left. That'd be 7 a.m. my time. Then I'll just shower, go straight to the office, sleep in my car for two hours, and then go into work.
I was planning on going until 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I think he could probably bring us to the end of the day, but I think I'm hopeful we could get him done by 5. Good. Both directing.
All right, that answered that question.
There we go.
All right, we'll bring the jury back.
I can do this. Well, see, it's easy the first day to not sleep. Oh yeah, stretch. She's posing.
What a waste of a good rack.
I agree.
Why does she always look like she's trying to hold in a fart? That's her face.
She is playing hide the dildo.
It takes a lot of effort not to kill everybody inside. But yeah, like I was saying, it's easy to stay awake one night. But do I have 4 more of these in me? That's the question. I mean, that's the plan. Just keep doing this. Just suffer like horrifically for 1 week for this trial we've been waiting for a year.
Ladies and
But
gentlemen, just to give you an understanding about where we're at for today.
if we have to do it
5 to 4.
differently, we will.
The state is indicating that for today, they've got one more witness, and it's anticipated that witness is going to wrap up around 5 o'clock, and then we'll break for the day, just to give you a sense of how long we'll go for today. With that, I'll turn to the state. Mr. Lezay, are you calling the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Philip Scanlon.
All right, you want to step up, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll put you under oath.
Uh-oh. She's having an episode.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat and then state your name for the record.
Philip Scanlon, S-C-A-N.
All right, while he's doing that, I'm going to shut my windows and turn on the dehumidifier. I'll be right back. It's just getting
Detective Scanlon, can you tell the jury how you are employed?
As a law enforcement officer of the City of Green Bay Police Department.
What is your current role with the city?
He is a cop.
I'm currently assigned as a detective.
Interviewed her, I'm
Bureau
sure.
of
She pointed
Detectives.
at him.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
24 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 1 year prior to that in Allegheny County.
Could you talk a little bit about any training or educational experience that you have that led you to be a law enforcement officer?
Well, I have a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was certified in the state of Wisconsin through the Law Enforcement Academy, and then got hired in Allegheny as a sheriff's deputy in Allegheny County, where I went through field training program. Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program, maybe a bit longer than that. And then your standard classes and yearly in-services. Then went into the Drug Task Force 2010, where I received more training in narcotics investigations and violations of controlled substances, and then went into the Bureau of Detectives in 2014, where I was trained in more serious crimes, investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that occurred maybe above the scope that a normal patrol officer would investigate. We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate, follow up on those investigations, interview witnesses, question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the district attorney's office of prosecution.
As part of a detective, are you trained and experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job training, professional training, some combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by patrol responding to that address earlier that night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Brester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Miss Andre and Miss Cerneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Mr. Business, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body.
Plural, officer.
That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is
Yes,
it
she is
common in your
25
work
years
that
old.
there's
Barely,
multiple detectives
barely.
working
Well,
on
she's
the
like
case
25
that
now.
You're going to have ongoing
I read
phone
Flux's
contact at the
chat
outset of an
way
investigation.
wrong the first
Yes.
time.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned
did you
to
read
meet with
them?
and interview Ms. Shabiznes?
I read
I was
it
aware of
as
that.
I just
And do you know who
showered
those
with
detectives
this
were?
I was like,
Detective
what is he
Graff
talking
and
about?
Detective
And I
Kent.
reread it. I was like, oh,
And
okay.
do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Shabiznes while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that
I agree, Cindy.
we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed.
We were looking for a whole person. I think that's kind of the
That she had made
default.
mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body.
She had a
And
huge
then we
problem,
were going to be
and it
doing a
became smaller
recovery
and
of
smaller.
multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did
Boost the volume here. They're talking
right away
quietly.
while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing the search warrant, which is very routine in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Trangaita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened, that Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure. It's a single family home, story and a half. It is the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway, there's a landing and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home. And then the east side of the home, divided by a partition wall, was
an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself,
Oh no, I just said something
Detective,
funny, but I was muted.
Cassandra
I forgot to unmute
Pacula
myself after the
and
water.
The forensic specialist and the doctor and
Dang it.
Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that
I said, would anyone allow
the
Taylor
basement
Business to
seemed
give
be
head? For me, she's not
most
my
likely
type.
the
Funnily
place
enough, I
where
prefer to be
recovered
alive.
remains.
Said, well,
We
she did
also had
perform
some thoughts
fellatio upon the
compared items
victim
that
for
were found
about
in the
3
basement
hours
with the
after he
kitchen.
died. So I guess her
primary focus
blowjobs
this
are
investigation
to
was
die
on the
for.
stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Yeah.
Do you know if there was anything else of
funnier than
evidentiary
first time.
significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Well, if you
Detective,
if she can even
show you a series of
have a
photographs
dead
here and
guy
ask you to
a
review those
hard
to
on, then
yourself,
she's
and then
really good.
tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
All right. You're going to show them some evidence, then we'll get down to the real questions. They've got all the background questions, all the foundational questions out of the way.
She is participating. That's good for the defense when once they try to argue she can't participate in her defense and she's too.
Well, they already decided last Friday that she could, so now
Okay.
it doesn't she gets nothing out of faking it at this point.
Yeah, that was interesting that the mother not giving permission directly, but not until down at the station. What was in the house other than body parts?
Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Do they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They are.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits and no objection to publication.
Is it Moni G? I don't know how you say that. She did nod at one point at one
Detective
picture.
Scanlon, is exhibit
Like an hour
16
ago.
now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights again, Your Honor?
Yeah, so
Can we
at
dim
least
the
the
lights
bucket
again?
isn't full of it. Thank you so much for the super chat, Steph.
Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one. It's fine.
And as Grant Rasha said, Steph, the Ultra Nerd, thank you for all you did for Corey the Pirate.
And what is depicted in exhibit 16?
Seriously, Steph, you are a
That is a
good
front
woman.
view of
You went
829
well above and
Stony
beyond
Brook
for that
from
little
the
kid.
street.
You are
And which door
you're
did
truly
you
a good
use,
woman, and you
to
are
stage
much,
as
much
law
loved.
enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started the process of scene through the front door.
Totally not Hunter,
When we
who
initially
with
arrived,
30
we know a
minutes
lot of
before
the
you call the
initial
police, a
first
person who
response
tries
from
to hide
officers,
other drugs in
talking
the
to the
house.
residents was through the side door, which
Oh,
was
the
the
mother
way
and-
the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
And this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And exhibit 17? Officer Scanlon, is exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
Yeah, what is depicted in exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom and the front room.
And exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on the landing off the side door off the garage.
And exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
Yeah, what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives, what appeared to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
There's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
What's interesting is that
Exhibit, I
she
think,
kept
is
going
exhibit
upstairs.
20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
Because of
And,
Steph's
exhibit-
generosity, we hit our
Is
our
that now depicted
achievement
on the screen?
unlock.
It is.
And what is contained in exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket, right at the bottom of the stairs that we considered to be container 1 for the purpose of evidence collection. The doctor removed the human remains in front of us. And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
If there were items of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this, with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. Then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
There are no more milestones, Steph. Just releasing.
And just to be clear,
Dago Cam is the big one.
You use the name forensic specialist
Vacation
Larson.
vacation
Is that her
fund, I
current name?
guess.
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, Andre.
We're talking about the same person. Larson and Andre are the same.
We're just
person.
marching to 60,000 subscribers. We are currently 805 away from 60,000.
So you indicated the first item
subscribers.
or the first container that you processed was the black pail. Was that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. While they are talking, step over to my channel and subscribe to me. I have trial watch trials, and currently I'm waiting for the Andrew Tate trial to start, the Young Thug trial to start. But meanwhile, me and David are checking. We are re-watching the Jodi Arias trial, Tuesdays and Saturdays. And on Sundays, I have a Rumble-only serial killer Sunday, which is about both current and past serial killers. So, Get over there. And the Young Thug trial is.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
You can go ahead and publish them.
She's drinking water. Dun, dun, dun.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted there?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an
Oh, is
overview
that
of
the black bucket?
Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
Dun, dun,
And
dun.
exhibit number 24, I believe.
So it's not a KFC bucket.
Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is exhibit 24?
Yep, that's the bucket.
It's the black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, we'll refer to that placard that they collected.
And exhibit 25,
bucket
is that
perked her up.
depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 25?
This is 2 knives, a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some flesh
A
tissue.
Jolly Rancher in her pocket, huh?
These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
So these are items that were located in the bucket and then ultimately
Yeah.
collected by Green Bay PD?
They were.
Sausage and candy.
Steph the Ultra Nerd. I'm proud to say I am not an owner of a KFC bucket. You can definitely touch the sides with me. Just holiday fun. Wow. Ironically, part of my vacation every year is spent doing one thing, because Salt Lake City is home to the world's first KFC. So I just sort of make a pilgrimage to the world's first KFC every time I'm back home in Utah. Ironically, I will have a KFC bucket a couple of weeks from now. Thank you so much, Steph. And Wolfram, for once, we get a DA who doesn't jump up onto the table and scream, "Find this person quick for the children."
Oh, somebody please think of the children.
Did I do that? Well, they did finally get an In-N-Out burger in my stupid little hometown. So they got that the day after I left back to Korea after my vacation last year. So I missed that by one day. Yes, I'm from northern Utah.
I'm not showing you what has been marked as exhibits 26 to 36. Take a moment to review those.
The best burger I've ever had, I made myself. Good meat, salt, pepper, fire. Muted. Muted.
Yep, I know. I'm eating ice, and nobody wants to hear me crunching ice, and I keep forgetting to.
Maybe a chance to
come
review
back
those.
on there.
Yes, sir.
But
Those
yeah,
photographs also accurately.
Colonel
depict
Sanders
the,
was
observed
wandering
and in
around
some
the United
instances
States,
collected on the scene at
trying
Stony
to
Brook
sell
on
his Harlan Sanders
They did.
chicken recipe,
23rd of February. Thank you.
and he met
I'd like
a guy named
to
Harmon
publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
in Chicago and said,
Exhibits,
"Hey, come back to
26
Utah."
through
Took him back to
32, no
Utah. They hooked up a
objection,
franchise, and
and
boom,
no
Kentucky
objection.
Fried Chicken was born.
It is 26 through 36, just to.
All through 36.
What I do with the meat is that I add some pork fat
Is Exhibit 26
into
now
the
depicted
beef
on the screen?
to make it more
It
juicy.
is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the finished basement from the staircase, from the bottom of the staircase, looking into the finished basement.
And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One was the bucket that was container one.
That's correct.
Container two was which?
Container 2 is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
It's not visible in this photo. Where was it located? Can you see the area where it was located in this photo?
If you look at the photo, just to the right of the wood grain wall, you'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser, and there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
So that'll be on the left-hand side of this photograph. Out of view is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container 3 was what item?
Container 3 is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container 4?
Container 4 is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess tote or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here to be a blanket and some items.
So exhibit 4 is depicted in this photograph.
It is.
Or container 4, excuse me.
Container 4.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object. That's like a tote storage bin. That's container 4.
And does it appear to have anything on top of it?
Yeah, it's covered by personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in exhibit 27?
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
Oh, it's on the
Exhibit 28.
entertainment.
Is that now depicted on the screen?
There's parts in there.
And what is shown in that photograph?
This is a photograph that's inside the room facing south.
Muted.
The south half of the room, including the bed.
I was just nodding my head saying, yeah, there's parts all over the
Entertainment center
basement.
on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag. Container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack.
She's looking at you, Jeff.
And then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the video game blocked its view.
No, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. Found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, we'll later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, you can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then on closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a kind of a quick lap looking for a person. And some of these items didn't come into focus until taking a closer look with a decent flashlight and looking at a closer level at these items.
And is this now Exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed. The east side of the bed with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And Detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts of remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And, Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured
container number 2, which is the blue backpack. The container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a shelt bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, a crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Beach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a Gen baby, or I'm sorry, Gen baggie, that had a
Gen baby
substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the drug task force.
I did.
Through your training and experience in both in the drug task force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected?
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, there's some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shell bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And Exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in Exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
Is it suggested that she strangled him, right?
Far left of that picture on the bottom.
See a pair of sunglasses or a pair of glasses.
And that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And Exhibit 33.
Arrested by the grammar police.
There is 33 now displayed on the screen.
It is.
And what's depicted in Exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
You think it was some play that went too far, and then she just freaked out?
Well, they got back to the house. They had a drug cocktail of marijuana, meth, and trazepam. They went down in the basement. They were there 5 minutes. They decided to break out the dog collars like they normally do. And she started choking him out and said that she lost consciousness. Then she came to and saw that he was still alive. So she just decided to continue and see what would happen.
Okay, so a little above.
Evidence handling kit with you, Detective.
That's what she told the police.
Hey, Fedoreski is here.
Oh, all right, in chat. This is now, I think, the third time. Hey, Nick, how are you?
I'm good. You?
I wanted to look at the timestamp here just to see a timestamp that I was looking at. Sorry. All right, that was intentional. That wasn't booming. That was just me being a jerk.
Yeah.
There we go.
You put your dogs in the cup cage.
Marked as Exhibit 8. That is
I want to scroll through the thing.
Has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays. I know that it says on TV stand. It has a case number of this case, and then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Did you say 13 or 23?
It's exhibit 23, and then it has our category number as well.
Okay.
Wasn't
the
me.
Exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It wasn't me. It was totally them.
I would ask that you open that if you could. Display it for the jury.
Yeah, Yoda just migrated. Oops, I disconnected Yoda. Sorry, Yoda.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury? Thank you. I'll give you a moment to
That must have been a
seal it up.
slim guy if she managed to strangle him. I mean, was he cuffed or as well, or?
No, just he had the dog collar around his neck. He was face down on the bed. She was standing on his back, getting a lot of leverage, and
Out of self-defense, he put the dog collar on her. Could have been. I don't think they're going with that argument, though.
He put it on himself. Yeah.
Court reporter looks a little bit like a young Kelly Clarkson. Well, not now.
Oh, she's got a heart tattoo on her wrist.
She's
Flex
also
is excited for one piece of evidence.
And to save time, I'll not ask you about the other evidence, but the other chain that was located. But was there in fact a second chain located on scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well, or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Chernesky collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. We could judge with the lights again. Thank you. 34. Is exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
Google Jimmy Choo
I have a
bag.
top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Tranquita arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small pieces of human remains. And then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw on the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you could pull that one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen in short order?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags
Ugh.
that were packed inside the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is what was
removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either the remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take.
That's correct.
Objection, leading. Overruled.
Well, they're not going to be finished in 20 minutes at this rate.
No. I mean, we might be finished for the day, but not with this witness.
Yeah.
You think maybe he's trying to make a show that she can't participate? Like showing her stuff and she doesn't engage?
Yeah, maybe that she does not care. And yeah, maybe.
Ooh, did that guy disappear behind her? Is he gone?
Yeah, he is finished with his hands.
Those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence.
They do.
I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication. Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
I don't know if the judge specifically called that out. Is it Sita?
Exhibit 37, is that now on the screen?
Maybe he did.
It is.
What is depicted?
It's one of the knives in the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Were you able to make any specific observations about that knife?
I mean, the obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down.
Sawing through bone.
Yeah.
So that is a knife that
Living
was
jagged
serrated,
bone.
is that
bread.
correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with a bread knife, you know, it's a large serrated knife to cut bread, and it's the pointy ends are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
And exhibit 38.
The excitement.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as the kitchen paring knife. The blade appears bent.
I was wondering if he was going to get it right.
And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are stained red, and there's
Top
some
one looks like a
dried
potato
red
peeler.
material on the blade.
That's the pairing.
Very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip taken out.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with this.
Dr. Tranquito was present on the scene when you collected these knives as well, is that right?
He was.
And then exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the 3 knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag.
What was that? Oh. Oh. That's just gonna do something.
She just starts swinging the coffee mug.
It actually appears to be the
Bailiff tackle.
Jeff is-
Bailiff tackle, please. Bailiff
Jeff's not
tackle.
sleeping. Jeff's very much animated. Apparently the coffee doesn't taste good. Darn it. We almost had Girls Gone Wild.
I haven't watched her in any of the prior proceedings. Is she always looking like that? Even the one where she like went after her attorney?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's just her look. So beautiful. How could any man not want her?
Especially after she flashed her titties to the judge. He was not wild by her charms.
She's been in
Yeah.
for over a year, right? This what year is
Yep.
this?
A little over a year.
Yeah,
It's
so
February
she's
of
already
last
gone
year.
through her withdrawals.
Also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd.
They do.
I'd like permission to publish, Your Honor.
I've seen exhibits 40 through 42, showed those to my client. I've showed all these pictures to my client. I'm not going to object to those exhibits and no objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And Detective, what is exhibit 40 now on the screen?
Yes.
And what does 40 depict?
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement. If you're standing with your back to where the bed was in the room, it depicts what I would describe as like a pub table with the arcade game. There is a choker chain on top of the pub table.
I kind of want that Pac-Man game.
Detective, exhibit 42 is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain placed on a paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And is that was that item also collected by Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury?
Yes.
What?
No, I'm just agreeing with your dog. Not that one in picture. I will not show my ass, but I really, really want to go to bed and snore a bit.
I gotta sleep in the parking lot of my office. Yay me. A homeless lawyer.
Those also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Is exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall. On the bed, you can see the pillow, and there's a multicolored comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we refer to as container 4. It's the kind of a top-down look at the light blue tote with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
And is there any potential or suspected blood staining depicted in this photograph?
No, see, people, you don't
Yes,
get it.
under
If you
the-
sleep in the office, you
can
got to
see
do work.
What appears to be red staining, which
You're
appears to be
sleeping in the
blood.
office. If you're not in the office yet,
On the left
they
side of
don't
the
know.
red, white, and
Once you go in the office, it's billing, it's billable on, you know.
comforter.
Right,
There's
MLS
some red
launch show.
staining.
That's
that
right.
appears, in front of the pillow.
I get my billable hours sitting here.
There's
Flux,
appear to be blood
I
drops.
think she would do quite fine in jail. She's
exhibit
shown what she's capable of.
4 is that now depicted on the screen?
Hey!
What's up, fellas?
Chandler has
Yes.
returned for the
What is
last
shown in
few
exhibit
minutes.
44.
That is essentially a top-down
Welcome back.
view of what we refer to as container 4. That's the light blue tote. I had added that there, if you
She's
look to the left
asking
of it,
for the
there's a
dildo, and now she has
brown,
the same blanket.
paper laid on the ground.
Same
And
dildo.
The purpose
What?
of that was to start to
Oh.
remove the items on top and then place them on the brown piece
Flux
of paper.
has the
to later
same
examine. So we
blanket
weren't moving them to the
that was
floor.
just shown.
So
Oh, hey,
And she's
Steph.
been
the
asking
items that are
about
on top of the
she's been
tote,
asking about the
does this
dildo
photo
for
depict
2
them
hours.
as they were when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
I guess I missed some really
And then
juicy stuff.
The item to the left, the brown
No,
paper that's placed
No.
on the floor, that's
it's very
something you added.
straightforward, paint by numbers
Yeah, I
trial.
placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper.
It's weird how
covering
that
the floor
happens,
so you can
right?
look
Like
at
the
them
most
later.
lascivious murders become so procedural and so
Exhibit
boring.
45 is that now depicted on the screen?
What I was saying earlier is that they should be.
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 45?
That is showing.
Oh no, that's where the
the blue tote
torso
that we've been
and arms were
discussing.
found.
Some red material on the front, and then that is, I guess,
And
a
that
very
looks like the top of something.
limited view of the
Very
remains that are
red.
inside the container.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains were recovered from the inside of the tote?
Do you think she's replaying all of this in her mind as to what she could have done better to get away with it?
Exhibit 46
Yeah.
is that now
Look at her
depicted?
face.
Next time,
Why do
It
they
is.
keep doing this double
And what is
business
depicted
thing?
in exhibit 46?
because it's cool. Stereo
We
vision.
moved the
It's creepy. It's like The
multicolored
Shining.
comforter and
Yeah,
observed
like a-
she's looking at you
cellular
again.
phone, and then
Make it
some
stop.
larger areas of what appear to be blood staining.
In exhibit 47 is that now depicted on the screen?
Have the photos been really gruesome?
Yeah, that's
It
kind of
is.
bad.
Okay.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears to be blood.
Should be a perfectly
the
good
cell phone
mattress.
is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number for later collection.
Detective Scanlon, were efforts made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood material seeped through that mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood
a box cutter.
stepped into
she
the
thinks.
mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open, under the top mattress, there's like a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress was that top mattress, if I recall correctly, it looks like there's one mattress and two box springs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and
Two box
did you
springs,
lift
one
up
mattress.
The first mattress to see whether blood had.
The next
soaked through the
shocking
bottom of
porno
that
movie.
mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood? having
Oh,
soaked
it's so
through
weird that they do the
top
double.
mattress?
I didn't observe any blood in the box frame below it. No. Below that stain, no.
Any bets on Dr. G doing a crap show about this tomorrow?
Oh God, Dr. G. Oh,
You can obviously see blah 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 blah.
Does that guy even have a doctoral degree, or does he just call himself that?
No, he actually has one.
Yes.
He's a
help us all.
practicing psychologist.
Dear Lord.
Yeah. Who just happens to violate ethic codes right and left for views.
Oh, come on. Just get on with it.
You got 5 minutes. They got 5 minutes to kill.
Now I'm officially tired AF over here.
What time is it in Korea? Gotta late.
7 a.m.
Oh, shit. Yeah. You gonna chug a monster and go to work?
Nope. Gonna go to work and sleep for a couple hours in the car and then go up to the office and chug a monster.
I got the order kind of, it was a little out of order, but the basic tenets were there.
I've shown
I should send you a bag of proper coffee.
exhibits
Proper Swedish
40
coffee.
through 54. No objection.
That'll wake you up.
Also exhibit.
Yeah, punch, drunk, and belligerent.
I know they're already offered, but no objection to publication.
Has he been punchy? No. Nick did.
Thank you.
It's about a 4-minute drive from my house to my office.
And the only drives
If
there
I
so
wasn't
you can sleep in the car.
If I wasn't tired, I would walk there.
And Detective, do those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022?
They do.
Your permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Exhibit 48. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
There is a upright cabinet, the wood grain cabinet against the west wall. That's covered initially by, I think that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knives. Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything, I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
And what was that?
We had received information from Detective Graff and Detective Kent to look in the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was open, there was a wood box on the left bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh-colored dildo inside that box.
It had to be flesh.
Exhibit 49.
I don't want to know what color it was that I'm picturing.
It had to be
Yeah.
flesh.
Wanted rainbow colors.
I know too much.
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily
There it
the
is.
box that had been opened.
There it is,
and the
look.
flesh-colored
I'm scared.
dildo.
Exhibit 50.
I was about to say I'm cursed with a vivid
Goodbye,
imagination, but-
monetization.
And what is shown in
Oh!
photograph 50?
That's so much worse.
There you go.
That's the
is,
thing. Not all the other
It's
stuff.
taking a picture from the bottom of the stairs into the
Amazing.
unfinished
Oh,
portion
I
of the
told him to
basement
break
on
for
the
left
east
and
side
then.
of the home.
yeah. Ricada coming out.
Does that depict a stand-up shower?
Well, at least I made it in
does.
time for the dildo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
Dun, dun, dun.
It's an overview of the floor drain and lower portion of the stand-up shower.
And what was of evidentiary significance to you in this particular area?
When we looked at the shower, we observed red substance on the shower walls, the shower seat, the shower floor. There was some red substance and some flesh material on the shower drain and then also on the floor drain.
Flesh material.
Slightly behind that curtain, there's a loose squeegee that had red substance that we've been able to determine was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we removed the top of the cover and examined the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stops shallow to have the water go right into the floor drain.
And Exhibit 52, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 52?
It's a close-up of that floor drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red staining, and there's some hair.
All right. See, all of you are just coming here from Nick's stream. I told you not to go to Nick's stream at the beginning. Why? Because he's a few minutes behind. You missed the dildo. They just showed the dildo in a box, and you all missed it because you were somewhere else.
Is that now on the screen?
Shame on you. You all missed the dildo in a box.
Stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside.
I mean, they're just going to have to live with the fact that they missed it, which is punishment enough.
Right on the bottom right, and then the squeegee.
See, like 300 of you missed a dildo in a box. The dildo.
54.
Yep, dick in a box. You missed it.
And what does
Well, there's a dick in a bucket. They didn't show that one, but there you missed the dick in a box.
Shower drain.
Well, I missed Dirty Arias's butthole live, so I'm glad I got to see this.
And for that, check out
Rewind?
Nick and I stream.
Yeah, no, we're not rewinding. That's your punishment for being bad boys and girls and going somewhere else. You'll just have to find it yourself.
That's 54. Do you have it?
You missed a giant dildo in a box.
I'm sorry. 64? Did I hear you right?
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have
mean,
63.
it was pretty big, but I wouldn't say it was giant.
While we pull that up, what is depicted in Exhibit 63?
It's a photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see standing up off the side. And what is visible in this photo is that there is red substance. There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a measurement. It appears to be a portion of a shoe print that was previously under the bed. And it was exposed by moving the bed.
And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why that you made the decision to look under the bed?
I was just surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting. And so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to move it to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be wiped up red substance underneath the bed.
No, the dildo's the only thing that went in his ass.
You were supposed to lure her in. You're supposed to say, like, we're getting to that. You got to come back tomorrow.
Well, the disobedient people that were traitorous and went to Uncle Nicky's stream, they missed the dildo in a box. That's punishment enough. He walked across the courtroom and he's out of breath.
Before I ask you about them specifically, I have to lay a little foundation. In addition to collecting evidence on the scene that day at the Stony Brook residence, did it become apparent that you maybe did not have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
You did.
No, it's a puzzle.
And at some point, did you leave the Stony Brook residence and go to another location
That's
to
so
look for more
disturbing.
remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage where we had a Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other detectives developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know if that came from the interview?
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caused a obtain a search warrant to search that vehicle for remains. So being at the scene and knowing what we were still looking for, myself, Detective Pacula, Dr. Tranquita, and medical investigator Petra Schwab left to go there and look.
And did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened and searched, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all the remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay PD?
The recovery of the remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would then ask for permission to publish exhibits. These are 55 and 56.
You may.
I just gotta look at my notes, Your Honor.
And the snoring is Jeff's dog.
Yep. Dogs are sleeping peacefully.
I am so envious.
The court already ruled that those exhibits are into evidence, correct?
Yes.
As to publication, I'm going to object to the one involving the tote.
Are these different than the ones that were just ruled on when the jury was excused?
No, they're the same.
Your objection is noted. You can go ahead and publish.
Detective Scanlon, is exhibit 55 now shown on the screen?
It is.
And what is that photo display?
That photo is.
Oh, that's the crock pot box. There's a foot and a leg in there.
Side sliding back door of the minivan, particularly the crock pot box.
Pat bags.
Which we
I thought it was in the crock pot
shortly
itself.
thereafter
It was in the
found
box for the
remains
crock pot?
No, it was a crock pot box. Yes.
Oh.
And exhibit 56.
Well, it would fit better.
Is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned just turned upright. The opening, there's a flesh colored material. That's a thigh. And
That's a
there's
thigh.
Wait, what?
It's a pair of shorts over
That
the
was a
top of
thigh.
And then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
And did the material, did you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Tranquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box.
Again, for
and
some odd reason,
itemized them
I'm
to confirm that we
just-
had then what he
I'm
believed
hungry,
as the
and
doctor was the
for some odd reason,
entirety of the
I'm in
remains.
the mood for ketchup dipped wieners.
Then Detective Scanlon, I asked this earlier, but did you subsequently attend the autopsy of Shadtherian?
I did.
And where was that?
At the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office down by Madison.
When did that take place?
On the 25th, I believe.
And who was present for the autopsy?
Myself and Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Tranquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not uncommon at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist or the attending doctor to have questions about the scene. They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing, and answer any questions that we might have if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once the autopsy is completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they and we believe to be items of evidentiary value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they sealed them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us and we bring it back and enter it in evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Tranquito was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. As he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a cardboard box. I'm up in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. But he then collects them. He itemizes them. He puts them into a sealed bag that is documented.
Puts them into his lunch.
Invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me, and then I took
I don't
those
know
bags
who
with
is
Detective Graff,
beside her right
transported them
now,
back to the Green Bay
but
Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
or if it's just a hand coming back for revenge.
It's kind of an Addams Family moment.
Yeah.
Are we done?
So
I think
just
that
to
would
clarify
be a
specifically
dog.
with respect to the swabs, you
Nope.
observed him take swabs of Shadtherian's body. He packaged them for you and sealed them, and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department.
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of the containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers, and then turn over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I opened that bag later, and there was over 40 swabs. I don't remember the exact number, but they're all itemized as what particularly was swabbed. And then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
Hopefully in the
And
right
when you
order.
entered them into evidence, you entered them
What was that, Chandler?
specifically
I said
based
hopefully
on
in the
what
right
that
order.
swab was
yeah.
and how it was labeled on
Yeah.
the outside.
Correct. The doctor takes so many swabs. If we would
Puzzle it together
practically
like
try to,
Mr.
if we would just
Potato.
send the bag to the crime lab with 40 some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in a box, labels what that was swabbed, collects those collectively, bags them, turns them over to us. We then open that bag, and then we itemize and enter into evidence each individual swab.
And that's the process that you followed in this case.
Yes.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor. I apologize. This went long.
All right, shut it down.
Well,
Do
Counselor,
cross-section.
the direct examination of this witness went on a little bit longer than I anticipated, and given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now. and,
Yes, I
assume
agree.
with,
I
cross-examination
definitely agree.
tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, you can step down.
Done for the day. 8:30 Central tomorrow, right?
I hope it's
It
9.
started at 8:30 local time.
I hope it's 9.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I indicated to you we'd stop around 5 o'clock. It's a little after 5 now, and this testimony was a little bit longer than I expected. But we're going to break now. I'm going to give you an instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case, so I'm going to recite it to you again. And that is, do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off.
It's not Twitter anymore.
Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this
It's
case.
X.
And if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that.
Rat him out.
If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense.
When in doubt, rat him out.
And the taxpayers. Having given you that instruction, have a good evening.
the
I'd like
dildo
you to
don't
report
fit, you
tomorrow
must
morning,
acquit.
by 8:30 into the jury room in this courtroom. Right? All rise for the jury.
Looks like 8:30 is the magic number. Woo! It's easy to stay awake the first night. It's easy to stay awake and do this one day. Can I do this the next 4 days? We'll have to see. If not, we have alternative arrangements, but we're going to give it a crack.
Well, it's a pretty short trial, comparatively.
Yeah. Dim the lights.
But you are committing to doing it, differently. Like with the Melly trial, you were like, let's catch up the afternoon session. I'm going to get some sleep.
So we've got the alternate arrangements if this
As
doesn't work
indicated
out.
earlier,
We'll
I'd
try
like
to do it
counsel
gavel to
report
gavel.
Tomorrow morning at 8:15. We will take up that issue briefly regarding Mr. Freilich's read the submittal that he made, and then I'll determine whether further hearing is needed on that issue. The other issue I wanted to talk about, however, is I know there's going to be videos coming. I don't know if that's tomorrow or a different day.
The interrogations?
Attorneys, we're going to talk about redactions to that. It's a 7-hour video.
Oh, God.
Only 5 hours, give or take, actually has dialogue on it. Have the attorneys discussed that issue? I'll start with you, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, on Saturday, I think there's largely
Oh,
an
dear.
agreement. It ended up being a little bit more than an hour, maybe 70 minutes. But I think we agree on portions that'll be played in the first phase.
Oh.
You agree with that, Mr. Freilich?
Yes, I do. I did meet with both prosecutors, Your Honor. We
From
talked
7
about
hours
this
to 70
at
minutes.
length, and I asked for additional.
What are this high school AV people? What are they doing?
Great. I'm going to take you at your word. If there's things I need to decide, the sooner you bring that to me, the
Yeah, we can do an hour or 70 minutes of video as long as we don't have to do 7.
to make decisions. So it sounds like we've got an agreement on that. So is there anything else before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I did receive from Dr. O'Donnell, the defense toxicology expert, an email on Friday and then yesterday. I think it helps to summarize because it's real short. I'd like to give it to the court and give the state a copy of it. Could the clerk make a copy of it for you? Okay, thank you.
Oh. If they really can determine she was high as a kite during the interviews, that would make this
They're making copies. If there's nothing
trial
else, then,
interesting.
we're in recess till tomorrow morning at 8:15.
Woo! Day 1 of SCHABUSINESS is in the books. We are done. Wow. Goodbye, SCHABUS. We'll see you later. We do have a few super chats remaining here. Ella Cole, resting shart face. Yeah, she looks slightly constipated. Wolfram, of course, she's been eating prison food for a year, so Wolfram, inquiring minds want to know, did they find Steve's K-bar? No, he bought a replacement, much like YNW Millie bought a replacement Glock 2 days after the murder, and just a few days after he mysteriously lost his own. Weird. And Lokong Express, you're going to need a bigger Roomba, ma'am. Yeah, there was a bit of a mess to clean up there. So all right, that takes care of that. We need to go back through here and make sure we get the member chats here real quick. The monthly member chats. Yeah, there's these things you have to scroll manually through them. I think we got them. Stroke, member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober Crew, says I have nothing useful to say. Just hi, Jeff. That's incredibly useful to say. And Leafy Fifi Foo, member for 5 months of the Clean and Sober Crew. Get some sleep, Jeff. We need you here for more crockpot backs tomorrow. Yeah, I've got the crockpot backs tomorrow. Now I definitely have to do a crockpot recipe because that's all I've been hearing is crockpot box for however many fucking hours.
I thought you were making chili over the weekend.
No, I was saying, think about what to do. Probably going to do chicken adobo because you can put legs and thighs separately in there.
That sounds delicious.
That was kind of my rationale. Do like a chicken adobo because you can chop up the thighs and legs and
Definitely need thighs now.
Because there was legs and feet found in the crock pot box, so you have to do something like chicken legs. And I mean, I could go down to the market and get some chicken feet and throw them. We might have to do that. Get like some chicken feet. Order some chicken feet and do some chicken adobo. That's what we're gonna do. All right, cool. All right, probably do that on maybe Thursday, or maybe that'll be like the jury watch. For the verdict watch, we'll just kind of eat some
Have
chicken adobo in
snacks.
front of
Yeah, that sounds good. I like that idea.
Yeah, that's what I might have to do. Well, anyway, everybody that came over here from Mercatus channel after he got off, thank you so much for that. Next time, stay here and you get to see a giant dildo in a box. That's your punishment for leaving. You didn't get to see the one of the things we were waiting for. Yeah, so you missed that. It was flesh colored, in case you were wondering, because of course it was. And Nicholas, let's start with you. Let's give you your little outro here.
Yeah, Friday. It's Chat-Faced for Charity. For you who doesn't know,
what is this charity of which you speak?
This charity is everybody gives money to the Zachariah Anderson Defense Fund. Then you give a little bit to me, and I get Chat-Faced live on stream. That would be the entertainment. All the law tubers and others that has been involved in this case, the injustice that happened in Kenosha County, will be invited. So maybe you will see a few of your favorite lawyers. So that is Friday. It starts 11 p.m. my time, which is 5 p.m. Eastern time. So more or less, if this trial goes on to 5 p.m. on Friday, just move on over and watch me get really Viking chat-faced. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
And that's over on Nicholas Staroff Trial Watch is the name of the channel you're going to want there. Make sure you get over there and subscribe to him. Up next, who's next in line? We have MLS Law Show.
Hello, yes, Michigan attorney that sometimes does YouTube now. And check out my channel right there. I think it's also in the chat. Someone put it in the chat. Thank you for that. But yeah, this has been it's been a fun trial so far. I'm looking forward to the rest of it. I also do some trial coverage. If you want to check out some of my videos, and then we've got some other stuff coming up with Chandler. We're going to do a continuation of the Boone coverage. We got proper updates this time. Don't look at the last Sarah Boone update. Just skip that one.
No, we do the best Boone updates, definitely.
Yes, definitely.
And that is at Michigan Law Show. That's where you want to be for all the fun and excitement.
Michigan Law Show, all one word, on Twitter, and it's MLS Law Show on YouTube. And there is a link. Adriana just put a link in the chat. And so, yes, thank you.
Yeah, and Julia543 says Legal Vices constantly during Nick's stream. It was, what's this trial about? What case is this? So lots of people hadn't heard about it. Well, if they would have been following my channel, it's one of the only things they would have heard about for the entire last year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
this
I think
is
from the
Business Central.
From the very first day that I met Jeff asked me, "Have you heard of the Taylor Business trial?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've kind of heard about it." And he was like, "Well, let me tell you some of the details." And he went into all of the detail, like, you know, this whole thing inside out in the most gruesome ways possible. And that's why everybody should come back and watch on your channel, because you know everything.
Yeah, see, that's how I introduce myself to everybody.
Crocodile in Space just clipped the dildo and is putting it out on X. So yeah,
it was a moment. It was definitely a moment.
Unless catch it before he's yeeted from X.
Who?
Crocodile in Space. I don't think it's going to be yeeted because pornography is generally allowed on Twitter. So you know it's going to be fine. I don't think anybody's going to report it.
All right. And so Chandler Remington.
Oh, yes. Hi, I'm Chandler Remington.
Dang.
Sure. For those of you who don't know me, I am a paralegal from Los Angeles, California. I'm frequently on Legal Vices channel. I am very happy to be here with some incredible attorneys, watching trials and learning about law. And I do stuff on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel. I need to stream more. I do have upcoming streams planned. You can follow me at Remy, REMY_legal. You can also follow me on Twitter at the same name. And I'm going to be covering some stuff about systemic misinjury, some stuff about the Zachariah Anderson case, and unfortunately I will be watching the Barbie movie. I'm doing that for science, and I'm doing that for you all, even though I don't think I'm going to have a good time. Yeah, it's going to be, I hope that it's not going to be miserable, but pray for me. Anyway, that's
I've heard
me.
rumors. I might watch it too.
Yeah, I'm not going to wear pink though. It's not happening. I refuse.
I'm going to watch it as a complete sarcasm to everything. Yeah.
Oh, then we can discuss. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yes, and Rose RN, I want to point out in your chat, Jeff is in Korea. He works full time. He is going without sleep to bring you all this trial.
Yeah.
So hit the like button, hit the subscribe
Yes.
button, tell your friends. Yes.
Get this man over 60,000. He's very close.
We are actually quite close. We are 700 and I can't do math at this point in my life. I'm too tired to do math.
Just
That's
over
791. 791 away from 60,000. So we could be,
everyone
we could
who's
be at
watching, if
60,000
you
by the
get
end of this
one
trial.
friend to subscribe, you get them over.
Right. Because we currently still have 1,000 of you here.
It's
And if some of you have not
mosquito season in
subscribed,
Sweden, so I have this prepared. And if I get drunk enough on Friday, I might lick it. Just saying.
I didn't interrupt your grift.
Sorry.
Just kidding. Just now you have to lick that right now as punishment. Now.
I mean, there's a lot of kinky stuff.
I
that's
just do need to
happening
get
in
out of
this
here.
trial,
So,
anyway.
so let me do my thing, and then we'll all pull the plug here, and I'll go straight to work. Awesome, huh? Yeah, so we do have our 1,000 people here. We're trying to get to 60,000 by the end of this trial, which is definitely doable. On your way out, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. We'll have everybody here tomorrow. Natalie Wisco should be joining us tomorrow. Other people should be joining us tomorrow. It'll be great to have Natalie here because she is a Wisconsin lawyer. So she can answer all your Wisconsin-specific things. She was busy today. So we'll have Natalie, hopefully, and a bunch of other people here. So stay tuned for that. This is SCHABUSINESS Central. Don't be fooled by cheap imposters. I'm Lorax. Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. 8:30 Central, and so that's 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, which is, let's see, that's 10:30 my time here in Korea. So that's 2:30 p.m. in the UK and 11:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Figure it out from those coordinates, and we will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Have fun. Lorax is completely and totally out. Hey, no, he's not. I forgot. Snike. Right here. Hempland, Texas just slipped in 10 gifted memberships under the wire. Hempland, Texas just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships and then 5 more Legal Vices memberships. Didn't want to miss that. Hempland, Texas coming in right under the wire. Now I'm out. Bye.